AC stereophonic sound for the home is recorded on 2 separate tracks, each one giving special emphasis to certain sections of the orchestra, as heard from those positions. Now, when played back simultaneously on 2 separate systems, the sounds are blended together to achieve a new dimension in sound impossible to obtain in a monaural recording.
It's do or die time for the Falmouth Commodores. Game number 3 of the Western Division first round in the 2022 CCBL playoffs. It all comes down to this here at Doran Park. Hi, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us on today's edition of Opening the Door alongside Carter Bainbridge, Logan Safarenko, and Carter. Let's jump right into things. It's only fitting that this series is tied at 1 game apiece because that's how the regular season ended between these Bourne Braves and the Falmouth Commodores. But last night, the Commodores won 11-4. It was a complete victory.
Yeah, the Doors last night scored 11 runs, 7 of them in the 3rd inning in Game 2 out at Gov Fuller Field, and after that just kind of coasted through the rest of the game. The Doors teed off on Bourne starter Hunter Furtado and got brilliant work from their starter Doran Watts-Brown. Only 1 error on the board as well. That was an important factor for the Falmouth defense that finished last in the league in errors during the regular season. Like you said, a complete game win, and only appropriate for this regular season series that ended in 3 wins apiece for each of these 2 teams.
Well, we're seeing a pitching matchup today that we've seen before here at Doran Park. It's Will Johnston and Will Sandy. That was a game that went in favor of the Bourne Braves by a score of 2-1. Will Johnston got that loss, but he was good after that first inning, working fast and dealing strikeouts. What are we going to see tonight from this pitching matchup?
Well, in this pitching matchup tonight, you're going to see 2 guys who are pretty alike each other. Will Johnston and Will Sandy are 2 guys, A with the first name, the same one, and 2 guys who are relievers primarily. They were this summer, but making starts today in Game 3. This will be Johnston's 6th appearance for the Doors this summer and his third start overall. So for Johnston, again, seeing these Bourne Braves, he's a fastball, curveball pitcher. He's got to make sure the curveball is working for him along with the fastball to get some of these Braves hitters out. They have one of the best lineups in the league for a reason, along with Cape League MVP Matt Shaw. For Will Sandy out of UNC, a left-hander, this will be his 8th appearance for the Braves and his 3rd start. So he's appeared more out of the bullpen than not. ERA just a shade over 4.3. For Johnston, it's over 5. So for these two guys today, maybe not the usual suspects on the mound to start games for these two teams, but they both have a lot on the line today in what's looking a bit like a mirror match on the mound.
We may see somebody on the pitching mound that we have not seen for the Bourne Braves, and that's Nigel Belgrave. He has not pitched in this series yet, but the Falmouth Commodores, they have not put in their stud relievers in Joey Ryan and Josh Stewart.
Yeah, Josh Stewart was actually unavailable yesterday. Joey Ryan was, but the game was never in a position to have him actually see action. So far in this series, we haven't seen Ryan, Falmouth's all-star closer this summer. As for Nigel Belgrave, he's one of 2 closers on this team, along with Ty Cummings, who we did see get the save in Game 1. But that 2-headed monster in the Bourne bullpen, we've only seen 1 head so far, and if the Braves are ahead late in this game, you can be sure that we're going to see Belgrave, right-hander out of the University of Maryland, do his thing today.
Well, you never know. We could also see Ty Cummings. He did not work that long in game number 1. But, Carter, this is an elimination game. The Falmouth Commodores will play this game, and if they win, they'll play the winner of the Hyannis Harbor Hawks and the Katuitt Kettleers game because they're in game 3 as well. But for Carter's keys today, the Commodores and the Bourne Braves have been even. What do the Doors need to do to continue the momentum that they built yesterday and ride this into the 2nd round?
Well, the Doors have to continue hitting and hold off some key members of the Bourne lineup. Matt Shaw, the name we mentioned earlier today, he was given the league MVP trophy during Game 1 here at Doran Park, but he has been silent throughout this series. No hits so far for Shaw. And on the other side, Falmouth put up 5 runs in Game 1. They put up 11 yesterday, 7 in that 1 inning. So the Doors' bats have been hot. Talking about 16 combined runs in 2 games. So the hitting for Falmouth just has to keep pace, and the pitching for the Doors has to keep those primary guys in Bourne's lineup, Shaw, Chris Brito, Mac Horvath, Evan Slight, off the board as best they can.
The last time the MVP, Matt Shaw, had a base hit, it was here at Doran Park a week ago in the regular season, but it's an elimination game. The home teams have defended their home fields. Will that be the trend tonight? We're going to find out. 6 p.m. first pitch between the Bravos and the Doors. You can tune into the Falmouth Commodores radio network on the Falmouth Commodores YouTube channel, where Carter Bainbridge will be on the color, and Trey Redfield will be providing play-by-play updates tonight. But with all of us right here on Opening the Door, we hope it's not the last one because we got a big one tonight.
It's now or never tonight for the Falmouth Commodores. They either win tonight and advance to the Western Division Finals, or they go home. It's Game 3 of the first round of the Western Division playoffs between the Commodores and the Bourne Braves from Doran Park. Hello and welcome to the campus of Upper Cape Technical College with Carter Bainbridge. I'm Trey Redfield. So glad you're with us tonight for the Doors and Bravos. Carter, last night Falmouth scored 7 in the bottom of the third inning, depleting Bourne in an 11-4 win to even the series at 1. Now you have Game 3. How important is it for the Doors to go at it early and get it done ASAP?
Well, we saw firsthand how important big innings can be just earlier in July when the Doors played the Harwich Mariners out at Gov Fuller Field. Harwich that day put up 6 in the 6th inning, and it took the Doors a while to get off the mat after that game. They lost the next day to Chatham, tied the one after that to the Anglers, and then again to Bourne the game after that. Took them a minute to get themselves right. So if that has any effect today on the Braves, that's a good sign for the Doors after that 7 spot they put up in the 3rd inning yesterday.
The Commodores today will be seeing Will Sandy, left-handed pitcher out of North Carolina, who went 18 2/3 innings pitched, went 2-1 on the year with the Braves this season. First man he's facing is Alex Mooney. First pitch to him, swinging a tip into the glove of Tomas Frick for strike 1. First pitch coming early today at 5:58 with a temperature of 82 degrees and sunny skies. Not a cloud in sight in front of us here at Doran Park. The 0-1 to Mooney. Swing and a miss, strike 2. Sandy comes out of North Carolina, residing in Raleigh, so not too far of a trip for him to go from Raleigh to Chapel Hill for school. Last time he was on the mound was against this Commodores team, where he went 4 innings pitched, giving up 1 earned run, along with 4 hits and striking out 3. 0-2 to Mooney. Too low, ball 1. Home plate umpire Jim Fonseca called it, and Tomas Frick was ready to throw it around the horn. Speaking of Fonseca, he's behind home plate. Jeff Kinney's at first base. Joseph Labella, the second base umpire. At third, it's Mark Delaney. The 1-2 to Mooney. Swinging a pop-up. Right side, fouling out of play. We'll do the 1-2 again. So following Mooney in the order, it's very simple. We've seen this lineup in games 1 and 2. So Mooney leading off, Colby Halter hitting second, Jace Borfin hitting third, Andrew Pinckney hitting cleanup, Peyton Stovall hitting 5th, Drew Brutcher hitting 6th, Josiah Cromwell hitting 7th, Jacob Walsh in the 8th spot, and rounding out the order, Anthony McKenzie. 1-2 pitch is cut on and miss for strike 3. Mooney goes down swinging. That's the first time he's led off this playoff series with a strikeout. The first 2 games, he had himself a leadoff single. Not the case here. As Sandy grabs his first K, there's 1 gone here in the top of the first. 0-0 your score, Falmouth and Bourne, in Game 3 of the first round of the CCBL playoffs. And now comes up Colby Halter, left-handed hitter who comes out of Florida, who had 11 doubles on the season for the Gators. He comes to Cape Cod, and he's the home run champion with 7 bombs in the regular season. First pitch to the lefty, Halter lays off at a slider low for ball 1. Halter is 1 for 10 in this postseason. Last night went 0 for 5 with a run scored. Game 3 has an opportunity to break out of this playoff slump. 1-0 pitch. Slider on the outer half, strike 1. The count is even on Halter, who's at second base today. We'll get to the Bourne defense after this pitch. It's a lefty-on-lefty matchup, Sandy to Halter. 1-1 to Colby. And it got off his hand. Halter taking that one off his right hand. He exclaims in a shout to try and fight off the pain, but it's a hit-by pitch for Colby Halter. And that's something you don't want to see, knowing how hard that went off his hand and how he reacted to it, too.
You know a guy's in a lot of pain when he just immediately drops the bat, doesn't throw it towards the dugout, doesn't even start making his way towards first base. For Halter, that was just gut reaction. And he's now getting checked down over there at first base. He tried to walk it off, but that was a real stinger in on the hands. You just hope it didn't catch a finger or his hand on the handle of the bat.
Discussion being talked with a couple of the Falmouth trainers, Brian Thomas Sr. and Falmouth manager Jeff Trundy, as Halter has his right hand looked at. That's his throwing hand. So Borfin will come up to the plate. Let's give you the Bourne defense real quick. Let's go around the horn. Behind the plate, Tomas Frick. Over at first base is Chris Brito. Playing second base is Matt Shaw, where he was in Game 1. Bryce Evelyn is over at third. John Peck getting the start at shortstop. In left field, it's Evan Slight. Nelson Taylor in center. And over in right field is Matt Horvath. Halter is going to stay in this game. Not surprised in the slightest. But at the same time, he did get hit in the hand hard. But that's just the old school mentality that Colby brings to the table, Carter.
Oh, he and Mooney are practically partners in grime up at the top of that lineup. They're going to get their jerseys dirty, and they're gamer-type guys. They're not going to leave a playoff game, certainly not an elimination game.
First pitch to Jace Borfin. Misses low and inside for ball 1. Borfin's playing left field tonight for the Commodores. He had 2 home runs on the season for Falmouth. Last night in a Game 2, 11-4 win for the Doors, Jace had 4 RBIs. Halter goes, swinging a nub shot to the right side. Shaw picks it up and makes the grab. He's going to run over to his left and get the unassisted double play. The hit and run is the opposite, far opposite for successful for Falmouth in this top of the first inning, and they go down in order. We go to the bottom of the first inning where Eblin, Horvath, and Brito will lead off for the Braves. 0-0 your score. You're listening to the CCBL playoffs on the Commodores Radio Network. We're into the bottom of the first inning here at Game 3 of the first round of the Western Division playoffs. No score between the Commodores and Braves after a line out from Jace Borfin to Matt Shaw over at second base, the unassisted double play. It's now time for the Doors to face the Braves, a team that hit .238 in the regular season. That was 4th in the Cape Cod Baseball League. It starts with Bryce Eblin, who's at third base hitting leadoff. Matt Horvath hitting second. He's in right. Chris Brito, the Rutgers Scarlet Knight, over at first base and in the 3 spot. Evan Slight is hitting cleanup in left field, another Scarlet Knight. And this is where it gets a little odd. Matt Shaw is hitting 5th, but in the first 2 games in his playoff series, and for most of the season, Shaw's hitting 2nd. The move by Scott Landers to put him in the power spot is something that's regarded as the right move by talking to the Bourne media team earlier today. But Shaw is in the 5 spot. Josh Kuroda-Grauer's hitting 6th. He's the designated hitter. Nelson Taylor hitting 7th in center field. John Peck is at shortstop hitting 8th. And rounding out the Bourne order is Tomas Frick, the catcher out of UNC, who has the series' only home run. So that's the Bourne lineup, and the Falmouth starting pitcher, Carter, is Will Johnson at a 5.65 ERA. He had 3 starts on the year. He's more of a reliever at Texas A&M, but he actually started last year in the summer in the Alaska League with the Matsu Miners, where he dominated. What does he have to do tonight to take advantage of Bourne early?
Well, for Johnston on this night, the key for him is really to get his breaking ball over. He's a fastball, curveball pitcher primarily. We know the fastball is the bread and butter, but the difference between a good outing and a mediocre outing for this southpaw is whether or not he's throwing his curveball for strikes. If you're doing that and keeping hitters honest, when you have a fastball and a secondary pitch that you can throw for strikes in any count, that keeps even the best hitters honest. And so far, the Doors have done a great job of keeping Bourne's big 4 at bay, that being Chris Brito, Mac Horvath, Evan Slight, and Matt Shaw, who are hitting 2 through 5 today. Those guys combined through games 1 and 2, 4 for 29, a 138 combined average between them.
That's tough, and it's up to Johnston to keep it going. The Commodores are in their road black jerseys tonight, maroon letters and numbers with white outlines. Great pants, maroon socks, black helmets. That's what they wore at the plate, but when they're on defense, they're wearing their camo hats with the Cape Cod Baseball League logo in front of it. Bourne in the white jersey and pants, red lettering along with Bourne with letters saying Bourne on it, along with red numbers. Red hats for Bourne and a navy blue brim, but at the plate they wear their college helmets. It's ball 1 to Bryce Eblin, who's at third base tonight, like I mentioned a few moments ago. Comes out of Alabama, where he had 8 doubles with the Crimson Tide this season in Tuscaloosa. Lefty on lefty matchup. Johnston from the windup deals ball 2 outside of the fastball.
And these left-handers on the mound today, kind of a mirror match between them. 2 guys who are tall southpaws who have relieved more than they've started. But the advantage today goes to Sandy because he's facing a left-handed heavy Falmouth lineup that hasn't hit against lefties very well.
The 2-0 pitch. On the outer half, strike one called by Jim Fonseca, home plate umpire.
On the other side, the challenge for Johnston today is navigating a Bourne lineup that has 7 right-handed hitters, including league MVP Matt Shaw, who's still looking for his first hit of the series.
Johnson with the 2-1 pitch. Misses low and away for ball 3. Cromwell keeping the spot a little bit up for a little bit longer, that is. It's now 3-1 on Eblin. Eblin takes a deep breath, steps into the left-handed batter's box. Johnson comes set, has his side from Cromwell and deals. Swinging a line drive left side through for a base hit between the gap of third and short. Mooney went to his right but had no match for it. Goes into left field. Borfin throws it in. It's a leadoff single for Bryce Eblin. Last night, Carter, he had himself a leadoff double against Doran Watts-Brown. He's keeping it going in the leadoff spot.
Yeah, that makes Eblin 3 for 5 so far on the series. He didn't appear in game 1. He was out with a finger injury, but since he came back, has been hitting the ball very well. Like you said, led off yesterday with a double, but didn't score. So Johnston hoping that he can repeat that result today.
You mentioned the righties. One of them at the plate right now, and Mac Horvath, right fielder out of North Carolina that had 18 home runs this season for the Tar Heels. First pitch from Johnston, swinging a pop-up behind home plate, over the screen and out of play. It's 0-1 on Horvath. In one of his first games with the Bravos, in his first game at Doran Park, Horvath hit a walk-off grand slam against the Chatham Anglers. Bourne put up a 6 spot in that bottom half of the 9th inning, beating Chatham 6-2. Eblin leads off first. Healthy lead over there with Walsh holding him on. Pickoff move, and he's been picked off. Walsh throws over to second. Halter with the tag. He got him. Great pickoff move from Johnson, who saw Eblin using the momentum to his right side on the base path. Walsh had it, threw to Colby Halter at second base. He applied the tag. There's one away here in the bottom of the first. No score between Falmouth and Bourne.
It's good alertness for Johnston, and having a left-hander on the mound for the Doors is going to do that. This is a Braves team that likes to run. They were up in the upper half of stolen bases last year in the Cape Cod League, the second highest total behind only Hyannis with 81 swipes. So you know this team's going to go, but with a lefty on the mound, sometimes you can catch guys leaning.
Johnson from the windup swinging a high fly ball to left field. If this one is fair, it is gone. It is foul. That was a moonshot from Horvath, but it tailed just a little bit to the left of that left field line. Now he's got to take the long walk back to the right-handed batter's box, get his bat from the man on deck and Chris Brito, and get ready for an 0-2 count. Johnson got lucky, I would say.
Quite a drive.
That was a shot. I mean, I mentioned the home runs, 18 on the year, and then on Cape Cod, he had 6. He did that in just 18 games. That's what he brings to the table. 0-2 pitch, swinging a pop-up to the right side, foul and out of play, going into the construction area. So we'll do the 0-2 again. That's something about this Bourne lineup. The Braves find a way to just fight until the very end, with especially 2 through 5 in Horvath, Brito, Slight, and Shaw. 0-2 pitch, tipped back. We'll do the 0-2 yet again.
And Horvath is the first of those 2 through 5 guys who Bourne is trying to get going. Horvath is only 1 for 7 so far in the series, and long foul balls that would have been home runs if it's been fair have just been the way it's been going for this UNC Tar Heel lately.
The 0-2 from Johnston in the dirt, and it got him in the ankle. Horvath gets hit by a pitch in the left angle, may have gotten blocked by that shin guard that he has that he just took off, and he gets a free pass over to first base. So we've seen the top half, we've seen the bottom half, and we've seen in both those
first
half
baseman,
innings,
number
the guy in the 2 spot get hit by a pitch.
Christopher Brito.
And now brings up Chris Brito, first baseman who comes out of Rutgers, who had 16 home runs this season for the Scarlet Knights. He's known as the next coming of Todd Frazier, as Brito's a New Jersey native, staying in the Garden State to play college ball. Lefty on righty matchup, Johnson back in the stretch with Horvath leading off first. Johnson comes set and deals. Slider, that's at the letter, strike 1.
Horvath's a guy who can run. He stole 8 of 12 bases in only 18 games this summer, so he'll go. Johnston's going to have to pay a fair amount of attention to him over at first.
It's up to Brito to bring him around, who went 1 for 4 last night. Swing and a tip into the glove, and Cromwell. It's now 0-2. Quickly, the Falmouth defense behind the plate, Josiah Cromwell, Jacob Walsh at first base, Colby Halter at second, Anthony McKenzie at third, Alex Mooney playing shortstop. The outfield from left to right, Jace Borpin, Andrew Pinckney, and Drew Brutcher. 0-0 your score, bottom one gone. 0-2 from Johnson, swinging another pop-up to the right side, sailing foul and out of play. Once again, going into the construction area, 0-2 coming in hot yet again. Johnson with 2 strikes this season goes with the fastball most of the time at 45%. Also along with the slider at 30%. Let's find out what he goes with here with Horvath on first. The 0-2. Slider that's blocked by Cromwell, keeping it in front of him, looking over at first base. Horvath gets over to first without a throw. It's 1-2.
Brito's a guy who's going to make you work. 286 hitter this summer with 14 doubles. Tack on 29 walks as well. That figure led the Braves by 11. He walked 11 more times than any of his teammates this summer, so he's got a lot of patience at the plate. He doesn't give away plate appearances.
Johnson comes set on the mound, looks over at first, kicks and fires the 1-2. Swinging a line drive, left center, that's down for a base hit. Pinckney moving to his right, Horvath rounding second and going for third. Mooney cuts off the throw from Pinckney. Horvath gets over to third base. It's a single for Brito, who thought about going the second. So now there are runners at the corners with 1 gone here in the bottom of the first inning, and it brings up Evan Slight, the left fielder out of Rutgers, who went 1 for 3 last night with a run scored.
The left fielder, number 27.
Not an optimal
Rutgers,
start for Will
Evan
Johnston.
Slight.
First 3 batters, 2 hits and a hit batter. The only out in this inning was a guy who was picked off between first and second, and Bryce Eblin. So Johnston's got to settle down here and do it quickly, or we may see a mound visit here in the first inning from pitching coach Mike Landry.
Last time Johnson was on the mound was against these Bourne Braves, and he gave up a 2 spot in the bottom of the first inning in what was a 2-1 win for Bourne over Falmouth. Johnson comes set with runners at the corners. Lefty on lefty duel with Slight at the plate. Will deals, swing and a miss, going with the sweeping slider on the outer half for strike 1. Slight went after it, couldn't get ball. So Horvath over on third base, Brito on first. At the plate is Slight, who had 2 home runs this season with a .304 batting average and 13 RBIs on Cape Cod. He's 1 for 6 with a run scored in this series. Johnson comes set, takes a deep breath, and deals. Bunt was shown by Slight. He pulls it back as the pitch misses outside and low as well. The count is even at 1. Slight is one of 3 Rutgers players in this lineup. Brito's the other one on first, and then there's another in Josh Kuroda-Grauer, who is in the hole. Johnson has his sign from Cromwell, comes set. Glove set, letter high on the jersey. Peeks at Cromwell and deals. Curveball missing outside for ball 2.
Well, that's the pitch.
That was a good one. Good spot, but just missed.
Threw it where he wanted to, and on an ideal day, he would get that strike call. He's just got to keep trying that spot and see if he can get Jim Fonseca behind the plate to expand the zone just a little bit.
2-1 the count on Slight. 0-0 your score. Runners at the corners with 1 gone in the bottom of the first. Johnson comes set and deals. Blocked by Cromwell again. The slider this time offer from Johnson. It's now 3-1. And the last thing you want to do is walk Slight knowing who is on deck in Matt Shaw, a guy who is 0-4 in this series. Wind trailing towards the outfield fence. The American flag in dead center, pointing towards the northeast. Winds above 10 miles an hour today in Doran Park. Runners at the corners, 1 away. 3-1 the count. Johnston deals to Slight. Outside, ball 4. And Slight doesn't even know that it's ball 4. So now he gets the understanding that from the dugout saying, hey, it's ball 4. Now the bases are loaded. Worst case scenario right now for the Commodores.
Number 24,
Nothing.
Maryland.
Bottom
Matt
first.
Shaw.
Bases loaded. You may have just heard the public address announcer, Liam Griffin, saying Matt Shaw is at the plate. Reason why that's so much of an issue is because he's the league MVP. He won the Thurman Munson batting title, hitting .360. He had 5 home runs on the season. That's 3rd in the Cape League. He was tied for 5th in RBIs with 19 as well. Shaw doing it all, and he also had 21 stolen bases. Johnson working from the stretch with the bases juice. First pitch to Shaw, too high, ball 1.
And Shaw so far in this series is 0 for 8 with 3 strikeouts, but he can change a lot of things in this series right here with one big swing of the bat. He can erase that hitless mark and put a crooked number up on this board with one good swing.
Johnson comes set, kicks and fires. Too low, ball 2. Johnson struggling to find the zone. It's Horvath on third, Brito on second. On first is Slight. Middle infield for Falmouth with Mooney at short and Halter at second, cheating towards the second base bag, trying to turn a double play ball. It's going to be tough with Shaw's speed. The 2-0 from Johnston. Strike one on the inner half. Will going with the fastball. We're in the bottom of the first inning, and we already have ourselves an at-bat of the game, it feels like, with the bases loaded. 0-0 your score, Falmouth and Bourne in Game 3 of the first round of the Western Division playoffs. Johnston comes set and deals the 2-1. Swing and a miss, strike 2, the count is even.
2 straight times Johnston's challenged him with fastballs. The command's been a little spotty for this left-hander in the first inning with all 3 of his main pitches. Fastball, slider, curveball, but it's been the heater that's been working best for him. Let's see if he goes with it again, perhaps challenging Shaw up in the zone.
Johnson has thrown it 56% of the time, the fastball this season. The 2-2. Swinging a grounder, left side foul, bouncing in and out of the Bourne dugout over on the third base side. So we'll do the 2-2 again.
Well, he gave him another one. Gave him another fastball to try and hit, but the worrying thing for Johnston right now is that we've seen him when he's on, and when he is, he's throwing his curveball far more than he has in this first inning, which tells me that he probably doesn't have a good feel for it as of yet. He's been throwing the slider more, but hasn't been getting swings and misses with it either.
Johnson has only thrown a curveball 8% this season. 2-2 pitch. Fastball misses inside, the count is full. And it's at this point, Carter, where you have the bases loaded, the count is full, there's one away. You just have to give Shaw something to hit. The last thing you want to do is what we had previously, but walk in a run this time. Lefty on righty duel. Johnston comes set, takes a deep breath, and fires the payoff. Swinging a fly ball to right center field. This one's going to stay in the park. Halter lost it. Pinckney calls ball in shallow right center field. Horvath's going to try and score. The throw to the plate gets away from Cromwick, and Horvath is in safely standing up. Bourne strikes first here in the bottom of the first inning. Brito stays at second. Slight stays at first. It's a sacrifice fly for Matt Shaw, who has his first RBI in the playoffs. 1-0 Bourne over Falmouth with 2 gone and 2 on in the bottom of the first.
Designated hitter, number 18.
Well, you heard these Bourne
Josh
fans
Corona
cheer
Brower.
because it's the first run of the day for the Braves. But it's another out produced by Matt Shaw. It could have been far worse there if Johnston had walked him or given up a base hit. He would sign for that. Bases loaded, 1 out, and you give up 1 run. You're 1 good pitch away to Josh Kuroda-Grauer from getting out of this whole thing.
Kuroda-Grauer, right-handed batter, ready, swinging the bat around like it's a toothpick. First pitch, high and inside, ball 1. A big toothpick, that is. Johnston picks up the rosin bag, puts it on his right wrist, gives it a couple of tosses on his left hand, throws it on the back of the hill. Now he's back on the bump. Looking to get out of this jam with just 1 run given up off the bat of Matt Shaw on a sacrifice fly. 1-0 the count on Kuroda-Grauer. Johnston peeks back at second where Brito is and deals. Swinging a high fly ball to center field. Pinckney going back, has a beat, now moves over to his right side all the way to the track, and he makes the catch. So Johnston gets out of the jam, but not before Bourne tacks on the game's first run. We go to the top of the second inning where Falmouth has some work to do early. Pinckney, Stovall, and Brutcher, 4, 5, and 6 due up for the doors when we come back. You're listening to the CCBL playoffs on the Commodores Radio Network. The Commodores trailing by a score of 1-0 going into the top of the second inning here in the first round of the Western Division playoffs. It's game 3 in the series tied 1 apiece, so only 2 options for Falmouth. It either wins and moves on or it's going home. Will Sandy on for his second inning of work where he sat down the doors in order thanks to a double play with a line shot to Matt Shaw over at second base. So it's Andrew Pinckney to lead things off, the center fielder out of Alabama, who led the Crimson Tide in doubles, runs scored, and was tied for the team lead with triples. So lefty on righty matchup, Sandy on the mound. Sandy working from the windup, deals the first pitch to Pinckney. Curveball misses outside, ball 1. Pinckney had 4 home runs on his Cape League season with 16 RBIs. 1-0 pitch. Fastball above the knees, strike 1. So the count is even on Pinckney. Yesterday, an 11-4 win for Falmouth over Bourne. He went 1 for 4 with a run scored. Sandy awaits his sign from Tomas Frick and deals. Fastball, swing and a miss, strike 2. It's a UNC battery today, Sandy to Frick. So Tomas Frick coming out of North Carolina, where he had 15 doubles on the year with the Tar Heels in Chapel Hill. 1-2 pitch to Pinckney. Inside, called, strike 3. Pinckney goes down looking. That's how he started game 1 here at Doran Park. It's the same thing here in game 3, and it now brings up Peyton Stovall, the designated hitter.
Peyton Stovall.
Will Sandy's a fastball changeup pitcher primarily. Heater in the upper 80s, tops out around 91. Changeup in the mid to high 70s, but it was the fastball that gave Pinckney trouble in that at-bat.
Lefty on lefty, dual pitcher to batter. First pitch to Stovall, curveball missing inside for ball 1. Peyton yesterday went 2 for 4 with 2 runs scored. Falmouth had itself a 7 spot in the bottom of the 3rd inning, winning 11-4 to Bourne last night. The 1-0 misses inside, 2-0. Drew Brutcher's on deck and a couple of RBIs in that 11-4 win like I mentioned. So Bourne tacking on a run in the bottom of the 1st inning. It leads Falmouth 1-0 with nobody on and 1 gone in the top of the 2nd. 2-0 to Stovall. Fastball right down Broadway, strike 1. The infield playing straight up, the outfield playing back. Stovall has the power. Had 2 home runs this season, but had 6 with Arkansas this year. 2-1 pitch. Stovall checks his swing as the pitch was head high. It's now 3-1. In game 1, it was the Commodores that fell to the Braves 6-5. The 3-1 pitch. Inside, ball 4. And it actually hit him. So not ball 4, Stovall actually hit by a pitch. That's the 2nd time a Commodore has been hit by a pitch. And the 3rd one today.
Well, that means that Stovall's been on base in each of these 3 playoff games. Had a walk in game 1, a 2 for 4 day yesterday with a walk.
Brutcher.
And it gets on the hard way here in game 3.
So here's Drew Brutcher, another lefty on lefty duel. Josiah Cromwick's on deck. He's a right-handed hitter, so the lefties will stop for now. Stovall leads off first. Sandy peeks over there and deals the first pitch to Drew. Swinging a line drive, right side, fair ball down the right field line. Rounding second and going for third is Stovall. Brutcher will stay over at first. It's a single for Drew Brutcher, advancing Stovall over to third base. There are runners at the corners with 1 gone in the top of the 2nd inning. Josiah Cromwick coming up to the plate. The Doors trail the Bravos 1-0. But Josiah has an opportunity to make this a tie ball game, at least.
Well, with the way that Brutcher's been swinging the bat ever since the calendar turned over into July, it doesn't seem to matter whether he's facing a righty or a lefty. Always putting good swings on the baseball. That's his 4th hit in 9 at-bats this series, already with 3 RBIs, and now he sets up Josiah Cromwick with a ribby opportunity.
Josiah went 0 for 4 last night with a strikeout. First pitch to him here is a slider that's knee-high inside, strike 1. Josiah behind the plate for the 3rd straight game. We have not seen Danny Nierai once in his playoff series. Brutcher on first, on third is Stovall. Sandy comes set, and the southpaw deals. Swinging a fly ball to the right side, foul and out of play. 0-2 quickly on the Oregon Duck, who hit .266 on the year in Eugene with 4 home runs. Jacob Walsh, his college teammate, is on deck. One away here in this top half of the second inning. Runners at the corners, Falmouth trailing Bourne 1-0 in Game 3 of Round 1 in the CCBL playoffs. Sandy's 0-2 offering, high and outside, ball 1.
Good try between Sandy and Frick. Throw a fastball up high and see if Cromwell can lay off of it. He did, but Sandy's had good life on that fastball so far. I would think he goes to it again here on 1-2.
Sandy working from the stretch. Looks at Brutcher at first, throws over to first on a pickoff move. Brito catches it, had to come off the bag to make sure he secured it head high. No tag applied to Drew as he gets in safely. So we're still awaiting that 1-2 pitch from Sandy. Still ball on third. Brutcher awaits his lead, now has one over at first. Not the biggest of leads, though, as he's held on by Brito. Sandy comes set, has the glove belts high, and fires to Frick. Outside, ball 2, count even. Bourne tacked on its first run here in the bottom of the first inning, and it pays to score first usually. Since 2008, those who draw first blood are 17-8 in Game 3. That's a 68% winning percentage. Falmouth looking to defy those odds and gravity maybe in the process. 2-2 pitch. Doinked off the pole on the screen, and it's fouled back, but we'll do the 2-2 again.
Just what Cromwell has to do. The longer he can stay alive, the more he increases his chances of Sandy spiking a pitch or giving him something to hit.
Cromwell looking for his first RBI of the postseason with runners at the corners. The 2-2 from Sandy. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Sandy goes after the changeup on the outer half that wasn't even on the plate. It was on the chalk of the left-handed batter's box. Josiah went after it. And it now brings up Jacob Walsh. Sandy with his second strikeout tonight.
First baseman, number 33 out of Oregon, Jacob Walsh.
Jacob last night was phenomenal. Went 1 for 3, came into clutch with a 3-run RBI double. Has an opportunity for more runs driven in right here with 2 away and runners at the corners here in the top of the second. Doors trail the Bravos 1-0. Sandy from the stretch deals to the lefty Walsh, swinging a foul off the mask of Frick, the catcher. It's 0-1.
Walsh has had quite a series so far. A lot of these doors have at the plate as you go down the lineup. The numbers are good. Walsh so far 3 for 7 in the first 2 games. 2 doubles with 5 driven in. Tough lefty-lefty matchup here, though, for him to increase that run driven in total.
Walsh has himself a home run here at Doran Park. Came on July 22nd. 0-1, outside, fastball, ball 1, count even. Anthony McKenzie's on deck. He's in the 9 spot for the Commodores. Sandy comes set as he gets his sign from Frick and deals the 1-1. Swinging a bouncer to the right side, staying fair, now bouncing foul as it doinked off the grass on the inner part of the infield. So we'll do the 1-2 to Walsh. Going back to third is Stovall. Going back to first is Brutcher. One run, 2 hits, no errors for Bourne. No runs, 1 hit, no errors for Falmouth. With 2 gone and 2 on here in the top of the second inning. Runners are at the corners for the Doors. Jacob Walsh at the plate down 1-2.
Walsh didn't drive in a run against a left-handed pitcher all summer long. He was 4 for 43 against Southpaws. He can change that stat here.
1-2 pitch, swinging a line drive, left side, through for a base hit. He changes it right there. Stovall comes in to score. We're tied at 1 here at Doran Park. Jacob Walsh with an RBI single. Brutcher goes to second. 1-1 your score. 2 gone here in the top of the second inning.
Third baseman, number 1 out of Oklahoma.
Well, numbers can
Anthony
only take you
McKenzie.
so far, whether you're a manager or a player. Sometimes when you're hot, and that's exactly what Walsh has been in this series. Now 4 for 8 with 6 driven in. He has just chewed up Braves pitching. And we've got a tie ball game here in the second. After he fought off lefty-lefty.
Walshy with his 4th RBI in this postseason, and now brings up the switch hitting Anthony McKenzie in the right-handed batter's box. First pitch to Amack, high and outside, ball 1. The Commodores with an opportunity to have their first lead tonight with Brutcher on second and Walsh on first. McKenzie at the plate. Winds the bat a couple of times with his left hand. Not once, not twice, 3 times, 4, and even 5. Puts the bat on his back shoulder, which is his right in the right-handed batter's box. Sandy with the 1-0. Too low and inside as well. Sandy going with the curveball and missing with the curveball. It's 2-0. McKenzie last night went 1 for 3 with an RBI and a run scored. He's heading to Oklahoma, transferring from Sam Houston State.
McKenzie's kind of the forgotten man in this lineup. He's playing more third base now, and over his last 10 games has hit 400. Final 8 of the regular season and the first 2 here.
The 2-0 pitch misses low and inside for ball 3. Sandy is 1 pitch away from walking McKenzie and bringing up the man at the top of the order in Alex Mooney. McKenzie walks here. The bases are loaded for Moondog.
If I'm Anthony right now, I'm in take mode.
100%.
Probably 2 pitches.
3-0 the count. 2 on, 2 gone. Top second. We're tied at 1. Sandy's offering. Low and inside again. Ball 4. Bases loaded for the Doors. You can hear behind us. We're set up at home plate's 5 o'clock. There's a big Falmouth crowd here. It's not that far of a trip, just a 10 to 15 minute drive. It was our quickest trip today coming over from the Gov. So we'll see what happens here as there's a mound visit being discussed, or mound visit going on, a discussion happening. But either way, the Commodores with a chance to explode here early, like we saw in the bottom of the 3rd inning last night, a 7 spot put up by Falmouth.
Bourne pitching coach Brad Cook is out there talking to Sandy, who came into this game on a pretty good run. Over his last 4 appearances, Sandy had given up only 1 earned run in over 10 innings of work. So after his first 3 appearances of the summer, late June, early July, he had a 10.29 ERA and got it all the way down to just a shade over 4. Okay, this left-hander's been effective, but he's in a spot of trouble right now with Alex Mooney at the plate. And this is one of the last guys in this lineup you want to face.
And the bases are loaded with 2 gone here in the top of the 2nd. Sandy is working from the windup. It's a lefty on righty duel. Mooney went down swinging last time up in the previous top half. First pitch, swing and a miss, strike 1. And bad news for the Commodores, even with the situation that they have right now. Colby Halter has been taken out of this game. It's Patrick Roach that's pinch hitting for Colby after Halter got hit by a pitch on the right hand. So Roach will more likely than not go to second base when this top half concludes. 0-1 to Mooney. Swinging a line drive left side, tailing foul and out of play. That's in fair territory. That's scoring a couple. It's Brutcher on 3rd, Walsh on 2nd, McKenzie on 1st. 0-2 the count on Mooney with 2 away here in the top of the 1st inning. We are tied at 1 between the Commodores and Braves in Game 3 of the first round of the CCBL playoffs. It's either win or go home tonight for Falmouth. Sandy has his sign from Frick and deals the 0-2. Outside and a little high as well. 1-2 now. Frick had to actually pop out of his squat to make that grab, moving his glove hand, his left hand that is, across his body. So 1-2 on Mooney. Sandy shakes off Frick, gets a new sign, and has it. Takes a deep breath and deals from the windup. Swinging a pop-up. Right side, Brito moving back. Shaw calls off Brito, and he makes the catch, losing his hat for the 3rd out. So the Commodores grab 1, but they also strand 3 in the process. Good news after the bad news, though. We're tied at 1 going into the bottom of the 2nd inning, where Taylor, Peck, and Frick, 7, 8, 9 come up for Bourne. Find out what Will Johnson can do against those 3. You're listening to the Cape Cod Baseball League playoffs on the Commodores Radio Network.
series, now playing second base for Falmouth, number 13 out of Boston College, Patrick Roach.
Well, you heard that announcement just now here in the bottom of the second inning at Doran Park. It's because Kobe Halter got hit by a pitch in his first plate appearance in the top of the first inning. He got hit in the right hand. He had to get taken out of the game after the bottom half of the first concluded. And now Roach is into the game playing second base for Halter. 1-1 your score in the bottom of the second. First pitch to Nelson Taylor from Will Johnson, strike one on the outer half. So already Falmouth having to adjust, something it has not done with the bats or on defense all series. 0-1, Johnson going with the curveball, and it was filthy. Painted on the outer half, low and away from Taylor. He's quickly down 0-2. It was 1 for 1 last night and a pinch hitting opportunity for the Braves. Lefty on lefty duel. Johnston awaits his sign from Cromwick. Has it and deals from the windup. Going with the curveball again, missing low. Did he go around? He did not, says third base umpire Mark Delaney. So the count's 1-2 now on Taylor.
Already the breaking stuff in inning number 2 for Johnston has a little more depth on it than it did in the first. Just based on the reaction of Taylor, you can tell.
He's choked up on the bat a little bit more. 1-2 pitch, cut on a miss, strike 3. Johnston with a slider to get Taylor down swinging. It's Will's first K on the evening, and it now brings up John Peck.
Well, we said it last time. The last time Johnston faced these Braves, he gave up 2 in the first inning, gave up 1 in the first inning today. Maybe it's just a slow start again against these Braves, because that was a very impressive sequence to Nelson Taylor. A couple different breaking pitches, had some good life. And no chance for the Bourne center fielder.
Lefty on righty duel. First pitch from Johnson to Peck. A slow curveball for strike 1 on the inner half. That had to be low 70s. 1-1 your score. Bottom of the second. Nobody on. 1 gone. Peck steps back into the right-handed batter's box. Johnston shakes off Cromwick. Does it again. Now has his sign. Kicks and fires. Fastball. Strike 2. Cromwick was lining up on the inner half. Got on the outer half. But it's still strike 2, so that'll play.
When Johnston's going well, you see him sometimes pitch kind of backwards in the sequence, if you will. Starts with breaking stuff to set up the fastball, which is the opposite of what you usually do. But he can alternate back and forth when he's got those pitches working.
0-2 pitch, curveball, swing and a miss, strike 3. Filthiness from Johnston. Back-to-back strikeouts, 2 gone here in the bottom of the second. Knotted up at 1 between Falmouth and Bourne in Game 3 of the first round of the CCBL playoffs. And knowing what Tomas Frick has done in this series, in just 1 game, 1 for 3 with a 3-run home run, get a little nervous. Let's find out what Frick does here in the right-handed batter's box. First pitch from Johnson, swinging a ground ball to the left side. A big hop. Moody jumps. He can't grab it. It goes over his glove, and it's a base hit for Tomas Frick with his best friend's help of the lip. That's a tough break.
That tailor-made 6'3" putout just took an absolutely diabolical hop off the front lip of the infield grass. Mooney did everything he could, extending his arm all the way up with as much of a vert as he could get on that jump, but just not quite enough. Bad luck off the turf. And now Johnston's got to work around Eblin to avoid the big 4 for Bourne.
And Mooney's used to a turf infield at Duke, along with a AAA infield playing at the Durham Bulls Athletic Park for half of the season with the Blue Devils. First pitch to Bryce Eblin, swing and a miss, strike 1. Johnston going with the sweeping slider from his left hand.
Yeah, the breaking stuff has been 2 times better in this second inning than it was in the first. Good life, it's getting swings and misses, especially that slider. It's had some fangs to left-handed hitters, so for Johnston, it would really benefit him here to take care of Eblin in the lefty box and avoid bringing up Horvath.
It's a lefty-on-lefty duel. Frick leads off first. He's the only man on. 0-1 pitch. Curveball that's bounced off the plate and fouled to the right side. A dribbler picked up by Cromwick in front of the first base dugout. It's now 0-2 on Eblin, who had himself a single last time up in the bottom of the first on a 3-1 count. 1-1 your score. Doors and Bravos tied with 2 gone here in the bottom of the second inning. Johnston looking for his 3rd strikeout. He brings a gritty, competitive vibe to the mound, and that's something he admires from his favorite player, Max Scherzer. Johnson shakes off Cromwick. Does it again, and now has his sign. Comes set. Glove letter high. Looks over at Frick at first. Walsh holding him off. 0-2 the count, he deals. Fastball, got him on strikes! Will Johnston Dog! 3 Ks, 3 outs. Let's go to the top of the third. 1-1 your score. Roach, Bourne, Pinckney, 2 up after this. You're listening to the CCBL playoffs on the Commodores Radio Network. Doors up by just 2. 0-2 the count on Bovee. He deals. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Doors win. They're back like they never left. The Commodores into the postseason for the first time since 2019.
Here's the 2-1 pitch. High drive into right center field. Pinckney lays out, and did he make the catch? He did! The ball game is over. Andrew Pinckney extending to his left, and the Commodores survive.
This one is a swing and a high drive to right center field. Going back, it is out of here! Anthony McKenzie gives the Commodores the lead in spectacular fashion. T-Mobile is proud to sponsor the Cape Cod Baseball League. T-Mobile believes that when small towns thrive, America thrives. That's why they're investing billions to bring fast, reliable, and affordable wireless service beyond the big cities to small towns across America. There's never been a better time to join T-Mobile. Visit T-Mobile.com/across America to find out more.
One your score going into the top of the third inning between the Doors and Bravos in Game 3 of the first round of the CCBL playoffs. With Carter Bainbridge, I'm Trey Redfield. So glad you're with us tonight because there's only 2 options for Falmouth. It either wins tonight or it goes home. And coming up to the plate is Patrick Roach, who came in as a defensive replacement for Colby Halter. Halter got hit by a pitch on the right hand of the left-handed batter's box in his first plate appearance. He's been taken out for the Boston College Eagle at second base. Lefty on righty duel. First pitch from Will Sandy misses outside for ball 1. Tomas Frick, his college teammate, Sandy's that is, tried to frame it, bringing back on the outer half of the plate. But home plate umpire Jim Fonseca says no dice. 1-0 the Roach. Swinging a ground ball, left side, foul. Oh, that was close. It bounced off the chalk right in front of the third base bag, but when it got to the point of crossing the third base bag, it sailed to the left of it.
Tough luck for Roach, and you pay extra attention to ground balls down the third baseline between these two teams. Heaven knows there was that contested call out at the Gov, but the right call made by third base umpire Mark Delaney. Roach couldn't quite bend that one around the bag.
Roach came from the NECBL. 1-1 pitch, outside, ball 2. Played with the Winnipesaukee Muskrats, where he had 5 home runs this season in New Hampshire.
He was an all-around offensive threat down to the NECBL.
Yeah.
Was considered an all-star snub. 296 average, 9 doubles.
That'll play. 2-1 pitch in the dirt. Frick keeps it in front of him. It's now 3-1 on Roach.
He's all around staying close to home. Plays at Boston College. Was just down in the NECBL. He's from Milton, Massachusetts, which is just about an hour north of here.
Staying around in New England. 3-1 pitch to the righty. Inside, ball 4. A leadoff walk for Patrick. In his first plate appearance of the postseason, he does his job with the leadoff base on balls.
Left fielder, number 9, out of Arkansas, Jace Borfin.
And at least from a fatigue perspective, you figure that the Halter injury on the hit by pitch might not just be an awful thing for the Doors. They've got a guy fresh off the bench and 1 plate appearance, 1 time on base.
You just hope Colby's all right with that right hand. That would be a
doubt.
big loss if the Doors move on tonight. Pickoff move over to first from Sandy. It's not in time. Not even a tag applied by Chris Brito at first base. Roach getting in safely. 1-1 is your score with no one gone and the man on first in the top of the third inning. Falmouth and Bourne knotted up in Game 3 of the first round of the CCBL playoffs. As the 0-1 actually hits Borfin. That's the 3rd time a Commodore hitter has been plunked by a pitch and the 4th in this entire game.
I haven't been all that impressed with the command from Sandy, not just because of the hit batters, but all around. He's not hitting his spots. Didn't
Center
do it to
fielder,
Roach with
number
the
24 out of
fastball after he
Alabama,
had a pretty good
Andrew
start with his
Pinckney.
command in the first inning. It's tailed off in the 2 since. Gave up a run in the second, and now has himself in serious trouble here in the third.
Brings up Andrew Pinckney, right-handed hitter who went down looking on a 1-2 count to lead off the top of the second inning. Series is tied at 1 between Falmouth and Bourne. Whoever wins tonight, it's moving on to the Western Division Finals. Corners are deep in for the Commodores. This first pitch from Pinckney's bunt, he pulls back. It's strike one on right down Broadway.
Pinckney bunted for an infield single yesterday on a ball that couldn't be picked up by then catcher Alan Espinal, who starts his day on the bench today for Bourne. But you figure these Braves know all about what Pinckney can do. They're not going to risk that happening again.
Roach is on second, Borpin on first. Chris Brito, the first baseman, is well into the infield grass. Pinckney doesn't bunt this time. That's a good thing he didn't, because it was ball one in the dirt, blocked by Frick. So the count is even on Andrew. After the 11-4 win for Falmouth, told me he was playing MLB The Show last night. Hopefully it works out in his favor tonight on an actual baseball field instead of on an Xbox or a PlayStation. 2 on, no one gone. Top three, we're tied at 1. Sandy from the stretch with a 1-1 pitch, swinging a tip that's in and out of the glove as well as for Frick's glove. It's now 1-2.
Especially against a pitcher like Sandy, who's struggling with his control. Well, these Commodore hitters have to work hard to not expand their strike zones. Pinckney just swung at a pitch that would have definitely been ball 2.
So Roach on second, Borfin on first. Lefty on righty duel. Pinckney choked up on the bat in the righty batter's box. The 1-2 from Sandy. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Pinckney down on a strikeout on the same 1-2 count that he saw in the top of the second. Does it here in the top of the third. There's one gone with 2 on. Now brings up Peyton Stovall. The Commodores better have some ice because Stovall is one of 4 Commodores players, or 4 players in general, excuse me, that have been hit by a pitch in this game. Halter was hit by a pitch. Bortman was hit by a pitch. Stovall as well last time he came up. Sandy looks at Roach on second, who keeps inching towards that third base bag. Stovall swings and lines it in the left field, down for a base hit. Roach is rounding third. He's going to try to score. The throw from Slide is not in time. The Commodores are in front for the first time tonight. Peyton Stovall in the clutch. An RBI single that puts Borpin at second, and the Commodores are in front 2-1 with 2 on and 1 gone in the top of the third. And out comes Scott Landers. He wants a new pitcher. And it's going to be Ty Cummings coming out of the bullpen. This is a poker-type move from Landers, who's bringing out one of his closers in the top of the third inning. So there's 2 on, 1 gone in the top of the third inning. 2-1 is your score. And coming up to the plate when we come back is Drew Brutcher. Ty Cummings coming in from the left field bullpen for Bourne. Find out what Falmouth can do against the Campbell Fighting Camel after this. You're listening to the Cape Cod Baseball League playoffs on the Commodores Radio Network.
South Florida, Drew Rutcher.
The Commodores have run Will Sandy out of Doran Park in just 2 1/3 innings pitched. Falmouth is in front of Bourne by a score of 2-1 in Game 3 of the first round of the CCBL playoffs. Coming in for Sandy is Ty Cummings, right-handed pitcher out of Campbell. His first pitch to Drew Brutcher is a curveball missing low for ball 1. Brutcher had himself a single last time up in the top of the second inning. Cummings comes out of Campbell, and this season on Cape Cod, dominant. A 0.52 ERA in 10 appearances, striking out 16 in 17 innings pitched. Cummings comes set. Looks back at Borfman on second, deals with a sidearm delivery, swung on and fouled off the glove of Frick, who's behind the plate. The count is even at 1.
Pretty simple for Cummings, who has 4 saves out of this Bourne bullpen. It tells you what kind of role he's been used in as one of the closing pitchers on this team, and now appearing in the 3rd inning. Fastball and a very good slider that he uses to both right and left-handed batters. Usually gets guys to pull the ball weakly on the infield off the end of the bat.
Righty on lefty duel. Cummings from the stretch. In the dirt. Picked up by Frick, who just had to pick it with his glove. It's 2-1 on Drew, the South Florida Bull, who hit .299 this season in Tampa. Cummings comes out of Campbell, a team that made it to the Knoxville Regional. This is the earliest appearance this summer for Ty Cummings, who's mainly one of the closers for Bourne alongside Nigel Belgrave, the Maryland Terrapin. 2-1 to Drew. Swing and a miss. Strike 2. Count even. Cummings going low and getting Drew the swing at it.
Part of this equation for Scott Landers as well is that over Brutcher's last 26 games, dating back to July 1st, including what he did in August in the regular season and what he's done in this series, is hitting .337 over his last 26 games on the summer.
Borfman on second, still ball on first. 2-2 the count on Brutcher. Here's the pitch. Inside, missing just by a little bit. Frick held it for a second, but home plate umpire Jim Fonseca says full count. That's what's coming for Drew on this next pitch. Cummings comes out of Clayton, North Carolina, where he played high school ball at Corinth Holders High School. He was 1 game away from winning a state championship in his junior season. 3-2 the count on Brutcher. Here's the offering. Low and away, and Brutcher holds it off for ball 4. What an at-bat from Brutcher. The bases are loaded again, and it's time for Josiah Cromwick to come through. You could say he's due.
Catcher number 12 out of Oregon.
Well, if you try to get inside the mind of Scott Landers over there in that Bourne dugout, he wanted one of his best to face Falmouth's hottest hitter. And although he walked him, the damage has been limited because now Cummings gets to face Josiah Cromwick, a guy who hit .183 on the regular season and who's now 1 for 9 here in this playoff series, including a strikeout today.
It's a righty-on-righty matchup. Other than Chris Brito in the infield, it's playing straight up. Brito is in the infield grass, waiting for a play at home plate. It'd be a force play with the bases loaded. First pitch to Cromwick. Slider knee-high, strike 1. It was right down the middle. It's 0-1 on Cromwick. Josiah, like you mentioned, Carter went down swinging. Your score, bases loaded, 1 gone here in the top of the 3rd inning. 0-1 is the count on Cromwick. Cummings deals. Another slider, another strike. This one on the inner half. Nice paint job there from Cummings.
Clinic with that pitch. And what makes it so hard to deal with is that it has such late, tight break. It's almost like a slow cutter because it just breaks so much in such a short amount of time and just falls off that table, seemingly a couple feet from the plate.
Cummings working from the stretch, has his sign and deals. Another slider, a swing and a miss for strike 3. Nasty stuff from Ty Cummings, who sits down Josiah Cromwick on 3 pitches. It now brings up Jacob Walsh, left-handed hitter who had himself an RBI single and tied us up at 1 in the top of the 2nd. Now he has an opportunity to balloon the Falmouth lead.
How about this matchup right here? Power bat in Jacob Walsh, righty-lefty, with the bases loaded. You figure this at bat right here is going to go a long way in determining who comes away victorious in this game.
Prime at bat here for Walsh, who comes up with the bases loaded and 2 outs in the top of the 3rd. His Commodores lead the Braves 2-1. First pitch from Cummings, fastball knee-high, strike 1. It's Borfman on 3rd, Stovall on 2nd, Brutcher on 1st. None of the base runners being held on as the infield's playing straight up. The outfield playing deep. There's a big hole in left field, though. Evan Slake playing more so to his left side. The 0-1 from Cummings. Swing and a miss, strike 2. This is a gamble from Bourne manager Scott Landers to bring out one of his closers this early in the game. We mentioned a few moments ago that this is Cummings' earliest appearance this entire Cape League season. One pitch away from getting out of a jam. Cummings, with the ball in his right hand, awaits his sign from Frick. He comes set. Glove letter high. Deals with the bases loaded. Swinging a ground ball, right side foul, bouncing off the bat boy screen over in the Falmouth side on first base. So we'll do the 0-2 again. It's up to Walsh to protect here, down 0-2.
The challenge for these Doors is that somebody's got to make contact. Nobody has yet, at least not in fair territory. Brutcher walked, Cromwell struck out, and Walsh is just trying to stay alive in this at-bat.
Cummings comes set. Kicks and fires for the 0-2. Swinging a pop-up, left side, foul and out of play. Another 0-2 incoming. Jacob Walsh has been in the 8th spot this entire playoff series, and it's actually worked out in his favor. He's 3 for 7 with now, he came into today 3 for 7. Now, if you count this at-bat, he's 4 for 8 with 6 RBIs.
Singled his first time up and drove in a run.
Let's find out what he does here. Bases loaded, 0-2 the count, 2 gone. Cummings kicks and fires. Outside with a slider, ball 1. This was the count that Walsh had that RBI single on in the top of the 2nd inning, 1-2. 2-1 your score, Falmouth in front of Bourne in Game 3 of the first round of the CCBL playoffs. The bases are loaded for Walsh. Cummings, who came in for Will Sandy, is trying to get out of a jam. The 1-2 pitch. Swinging a line drive over the head of Walsh. No, he caught it! Oh, what a grab by Matt Shaw, who had to jump and make the play. He's the MVP for a reason, and he just robbed the Doors again. The Doors strand the bases, all 3 of them, for the 2nd straight top half, but Falmouth does have a lead. Up 2-1 on Bourne going into the bottom of the 3rd inning with Horvath, Brito, and Slight. Find out what Will Johnson can do with the Bravos' heart of the order coming up when we come back. You're listening to the Cape Cod Baseball League on the Commodores Radio Network.
You sit up, hey, you sit up, hey, you sit up, hey,
We're into the bottom of the 3rd inning in Game 3 of the first round of the Western Division playoffs. Falmouth leads Bourne by a score of 2-1, and if the Commodores win today, they will move on and play, more likely than not, the Hyannis Harbor Hawks, who are up 9 runs on the Kettleers right now in their Game 3 appearance. Now 10, being told by my producer, Logan Safarenko. It's 15-5 Hyannis. Will Johnson on the mound for his 3rd inning of work, taking on Mac Horvath, who swings and misses at the first pitch in the dirt for strike 1. The sun slowly starting to set, and it's Johnson that has to deal with the sun, trying to get his sign from his battery mate Cromwell. 0-1 pitch, low and away, bouncing out of the glove, low and inside, excuse me. Still bouncing out of the glove of Cromwell, though. And the count is even at 1 on Mac Horvath. There have been 4 batters that have been hit by a pitch today. Horvath is the only Bourne Brave to do so. Steps back in the right-handed batter's box, taps the plate twice, awaits the 1-1. Johnson has his sign. No, he doesn't actually. Shakes off Cromwell. Does it again. Now he has it. And kicks and fires. Curveball. Swing and a miss. Strike 2. Last night, Horvath went 0 for 4 with 3 strikeouts. Just 1 K away from a golden sombrero. 1-2 pitch. Swinging a high fly ball to left field. Borfman going back. He's at the track. He's at the wall. It is gone. Horvath turned it high and inside. Johnson can't believe that Horvath just did that. We're tied at 2 with no one on and no one gone in the bottom of the 3rd inning. Mac Horvath with a solo blast.
Well, we had a warning sign earlier in this game when Horvath came up to bat in the 1st inning and he hit that 500-foot foul ball down the left field line. He's been moved up to the 2 spot today for a reason. He's been swinging a good bat, at least from Scott Landers' perspective, and just tattooed that pitch.
Now brings up Chris Brito, looks at a curveball for strike 1 right down Broadway. It's just amazing what Horvath has done. In 18 games, he had 6 home runs in the Cape League regular season as Brito looks at ball 1 low and in. The count is even on the Rutgers Scarlet Knight, who had 16 home runs. So lefty on righty duel. Johnson from the windup deals. Swinging another high fly ball deep to left field. If this one is fair, it's gone. It is foul. Brito flipped the bat thinking it was a bomb, but Johnson left that one hanging over the plate, and if that one was fair, momentum would have been swung and then some to Bourne.
Well, Johnson's had much better breaking stuff since his 2nd inning of work, but he's now got to be careful to make sure to spot those pitches. You can't leave things hanging to these Bourne hitters. They are simply too good to miss mistakes like that.
So 1-2 the count on Brito. Johnson awaits his sign from Cromwell. He nods and fires. Curveball, swinging a ground ball right side foul. Bouncing off the first base dugout, which is the Commodores. We'll do the 1-2 again. So 2-2 your score in the bottom of the 3rd inning. With nobody on and no one gone. Mac Horvath just hit a solo home run on a pitch high and inside. 1-2 from Johnson. Fastball, another swing and a ground ball, this time to the left side. Barehanded by the man on deck in Evan Slight. So a Rutgers product at the plate, a Rutgers product on deck. Johnson kicks and fires. Swinging a fly ball to left field. Brito going after a pitch that was low in the zone. Borfman moving to his right near the left field line. He makes the catch for the 1st out here in the bottom of the 3rd inning.
We knew from the jump that this lineup was going to present a challenge today for Will Johnston. It's right-handed heavy and full of guys who can hit home runs. So for Johnston, he's going to have to regroup after that home run from Horvath. Another fly ball by Brito, but he has to keep in mind that those are 2 of the premier power hitters in the Cape Cod League. So far, he's been pretty solid through 2 and in 3rd innings so far.
So here's Evan Slight, who hit .304 on the regular season for Bourne. First pitch to the left-handed batter, strike 1 on the outer half. Matt Shaw is on deck, who defensively made a grand play, jumping and making a catch at second base to strand the bases, all of them for the Commodores. It's now 1-1 on Slight, who looks at its slider low and away. Patrick Roach playing a little bit to his right, away from the second base bag. Other than that, the infield playing straight up. Lefty on lefty duel, 1-1 to Slight. In the dirt, scooped up by Cromwell, a 56-footer offered by Johnson. It's now 2-1. So after the Commodores grabbed their first lead, the Braves have answered in this bottom half of the 3rd inning thanks to a solo home run from Mac Horvath. We're tied at 2 with 1 away and no one gone. 2-1 pitch from Johnson. Strike 2, low and away from Slight. Couple of groans from the Braves crowd. Not really liking that call from Whole Point umpire Jim Fonseca. Johnson working quickly, kicks and fires from the windup. A curveball that Cromwell can't corral, misses low and outside, and the count is full. Wind pushing towards the outfield fence, so Slight can get a hold of one, just put one in the air. It could carry out of here. Johnson takes a deep breath, working from the windup. 1 gone in the bottom of the 3rd. Payoff pitch from Johnson. Fastball misses outside, ball 4. Slight walks on a full count. It's the 2nd time he's been awarded a free pass to first base today. Now brings up Matt Shaw, who last time up had a sacrifice fly to center field coming in the bottom of the first.
Second baseman, number 24, out of Maryland, Matt.
By his standards, Shaw has been in a little bit of a slump dating back to the end of the regular season. Still hitless in this series, although he did get his first RBI on that sacrifice fly. And this is a pivotal batter here for Johnston. He needs to take care of Shaw and limit the damage.
Lefty on righty duel. First pitch to Shaw. Check swing. He did not go around. It's 1-0. Pitch misses inside. Johnston going with a curveball, and Shaw starts ahead 1-0. Steps back into the right-handed batter's box with his Maryland helmet on his head. Johnston comes set, looks over at Slight at first base where Walsh holds him on. 1-0 pitch. Fastball low and inside, ball 2. Johnston immediately asking for the ball back from his battery mate Cromway.
Well, this at bat, Johnston has got to work away and do it well. Because if he comes inside and misses, either on the inside part of the plate or over the middle, we've already seen 2 pretty deep fly balls in this inning to left field from the pull side to righties. One left the ballpark.
Lefty on righty matchup. Johnston takes a deep breath and fires from the stretch. Swinging a line drive, ripped to the left side. Bourne moving to his left, extends with his left hand and makes the grab for the second out. Bourne robs Shaw, who had a sweet swing off the bat. It sounded so good off the lumber. But Bourne, the Arkansas Razorback, makes the snag. Tip of the cap to you, Jace. There's 2 away here in the bottom of the third because of you.
Well struck. A fine defensive play and left by Jace Bourne, but Johnston did just get away with a pitch that caught a little bit too much plate. To a good hitter, that's just been the type of thing that Shaw's dealt with lately. A lot of plate appearances ending with hard outs.
This is a good hitter as well. Josh Grauer. He only played in 2 games in the Cape League season, but had a dominant year at Rutgers. Pickoff move over to first. Walsh makes the grab, has to actually move to his right a little bit. No tag applied, but back to Grauer. He had 5 home runs, 39 RBIs, 1 point under 300 in batting average. He's on the Big Ten All-Freshman team, 3rd team All-Big Ten. He was the Rutgers Male Rookie Athlete of the Year. First pitch to Grauer. Curveball right down Broadway, strike 1. Grauer last night went 2 for 4 with a couple of RBIs and a run scored in what was an 11-4 win for Falmouth. Johnston looks at first and deals. Curveball swung on and bounced to the left side, foul. Actually went off a Bourne hand over there in the third base dugout. So quickly it's 0-2 on Grauer. The Braves took game 1 6-5 here at Doran Park. The Commodores took game 2 11-4 at Gov Fuller Field. And we're back here for game 3. Series tied at 1. We're tied at 2 in this third game here in the bottom of the third inning with a man on first and 2 gone. 0-2 the count on Grauer. Johnston comes set from the stretch, kicks and fires. Swinging a pop-up. Right side, tailing towards foul territory. Walsh calls everyone off. He makes the catch, trailing back into fair territory, but he closes out the third inning. Bourne tacks on another. A solo home run off the bat of Mac Horvath, and we are tied at 2 going into the top of the 4th inning. Don't go anywhere. You're listening to the Cape Cod Baseball League playoffs on the Commodores Radio Network.
Like the cool blue light. 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 Like the cool blue light.
Welcome back to Gov Fuller Field. We are tied at 2 going into the top of the 4th inning between the Commodores and Braves in Game 3 of the first round of the CCBL playoffs. Ty Cummings on the mound for Bourne, right-handed pitcher out of Campbell. His first pitch to the left-handed hitting Anthony McKenzie misses outside for ball 1. Cummings came in for Will Sandy, who finished with 2 1/3 innings pitched, giving up 3 hits, 3 earned runs, walking 2 but hitting 3. Sandy also struck out 4. 1-0 from Cummings. Outside with the cutter, missing low and away. It's now 2-0. McKenzie last time up walked on 4 pitches to get the bases loaded for Alex Mooney, but he popped up to Matt Shaw. So Mooney on deck. McKenzie at the plate ahead 2-0. Cummings kicks and fires from the stretch. Fastball missing outside. It's now 3-0. McKenzie 1 pitch away from having another 4-pitch base on balls. The lights are coming on here at Doran Park as the sun is tailing down to our left. The 3-0 from Cummings. Too high, ball 4. McKenzie looks at it head high, and it's a leadoff walk for Amac. Now brings up the top of the order, and Alex Mooney, who's still looking for his first hit tonight.
Number 4 out of Duke.
And what you have to be a little concerned about if you're that Bourne dugout watching Ty Cummings work is that he hasn't had his best control today. Cummings entered this postseason with only 5 walks in 17 innings this summer. He's faced 4 batters today and walked 2 of them. Brutcher in the 3rd and now McKenzie to start the 4th.
Here's Alex Mooney, right-handed hitter. First pitch to him. Mooney shows bunt, pulls it back, pitches too high for ball 1.
It's that slider again from Cummings, but just hasn't had the location so far in the 4th. And Frick knows that. Now he's jogging out to the mound to talk things over with this right-hander.
So the battery of Cummings and Frick discussing things on the hill. 2-2 is your score. We're in the top of the 4th inning. 1-0 is to count on Alex Mooney. Anthony McKenzie's on first base thanks to a leadoff walk. The series is tied at 1. We're here in Game 3 in the first round of the CCBL playoffs. It's a best-of-3 series, so whoever wins tonight is moving on and will more likely to not play Hyannis, who's up 10 runs on Katuitt. 1-0 to Mooney. Swinging a foul ball off the ankle guard, I should say, of home plate umpire Jim Fonseca. The count is even at 1. Mooney comes down to Duke, where this season he hit .292, starting in all 54 games for the Blue Devils. The 1-1 from Cummings. Mooney lays off on the slider. That misses low and away. It's now 2-1.
This pitching change that Scott Landers moved to in the 3rd inning, we knew right as Cummings came in was going to be rich with layers of strategy.
Righty on righty duel. 2-1 from Cummings. Misses low, ball 3. Cummings showing a little bit of frustration after that pitch. He thought he had the strike. The ball was a little bit below the knees of Mooney. It's now 3-1. McKenzie still leads on first base. The middle infield, shortstop John Peck and second base Matt Shaw cheating towards that second base bag in case of a double play ball. 3-1 to Alex, swinging a bouncer to the left side foul. Brett Becker tried to catch it with his right hand casually, but it popped right out of his hand. So the count, is full on Mooney.
Sure, the calculations are going over there for Bourne as to how long Cummings is going to go in this game. He's pitched 3 innings, his maximum this season, but hasn't done that in over a month. If he pitches that long today, what do you do with him tomorrow? Surely he can't appear in Game 1.
Payoff pitch from Cummings. McKenzie goes, swinging a line drive over the head of the shortstop Peck for a base hit. Rolling into left center field. McKenzie going into 3rd. The hit and run is successful for Falmouth. Moondog with a single, his first hit tonight. And there are now runners at the corners with no one gone in the top of the 4th. Patrick Roach coming up to the plate. We're tied at 2 between Falmouth and Bourne.
Patrick Roach.
Well, you said it, Trey. The hit and run play done to perfection there. Put on by Jeff Trundy from the dugout with Alex Mooney, a guy he knows can make contact. And it's a beautiful thing when you see it and it works because it's just about extinct in Major League ball these days. But small ball not lost here out on the Cape.
First pitch to Patrick Roach. He shows bunt, pulls it back, but he shouldn't have because it's strike 1 on the outer half. Roach came in for Colby Halter, got hit by a pitch in the 1st inning off his right hand. Roach has himself a walk and a run scored. Cummings is looking over the first base dugout for some reason. Now he looks at his catcher, Frick. Not sure why he was staring at the Falmouth first base dugout, but he throws on a pickoff move with Alex Mooney, who gets in safely without a tag. So Alex on first. Anthony McKenzie's on third. Patrick Roach is in the right-handed batter's box, taking on the right-handed pitch in Cummings. Nobody gone in this top of the fourth inning. Cummings offers. It's a bunt applied by Roach, and it goes foul. Mooney was stealing from first. He could have gotten in safely had that ball not been bunted by Roach. We would have had to find out, but either way, it's 0-2 on Patrick Roach, who does not have the option to bunt unless he wants to be really, really risky. You bunt on 2 strikes and it goes foul, you're out. Simple as that. Cummings 0-2 offering, swinging a line drive right side, foul and out of play. So we'll do the 0-2 again. Roach comes out of Milton, Massachusetts, where he plays his college ball at Boston College. Started in 22 games, hitting .259 on the season. McKenzie on third, Mooney on first. Pickoff move over to first base. Mooney goes in with a dive safely. Brito does not apply a tag. So still waiting that 0-2 pitch to Roach. Runners at the corners, nobody gone in the top of the fourth inning. Falmouth 2, Bourne 2. Both teams with 4 hits to their name as well. Another pickoff move over to first base. Mooney getting in safely, and once again, without a tag. Cummings keeping his eye on Alex Mooney over there at first base. Alex did try to steal when Roach laid down a bunt on an 0-1 count. It's now 0-2 on Patrick. Kicks and fires. Mooney goes, swinging a ground ball left side foul. This one over to the third base dugout of Bourne's. We'll do the 0-2 again. So the Commodores, who were successful with the hit and run with Mooney, are trying to do it again with the guy in the 2 spot and Patrick Roach.
Well, it's showing pretty high regard for Cummings on the mound, who could just put away Roach here with one very good slider. But Jeff Trundy's trusting his hitters. He's putting faith in them to put the ball in play, to not have a ruinous play on the base paths.
Righty on righty matchup. Cummings 0-2 offering. Did Roach go around? It was a slider low and away. He did not, says first base umpire Jeff Kinney. So it's 1-2 on Roach.
And that was a really good slider. Good try by Cummings. That's exactly how he's made his money this summer, if you will. And now Roach is going to put the contact skills to use.
Cummings working from the stretch with runners at the corners and no one gone. Cummings kicks and fires, high and tight. Roach had to move his head back a little bit to avoid getting hit by a pitch. The count is even at 2.
The stuff is there for Cummings. He looks like he has all summer long, but the command is just a little bit off. Fastball and slider both. He's been close to his spots, but at times has missed badly.
Cummings making his earliest appearance this season. 2-2 pitch. Swinging a fly ball to center field. Coming in is Taylor. Tagging up is McKenzie. Taylor makes the grab. The throw to the plate is not in time. Falmouth is back in front. Patrick Roach does his job. A sacrifice fly puts the Commodores ahead of the Braves by a score of 3-2. 1 on, 1 gone in the top of the fourth as Mooney stays over at first base.
And as you said, Roach has done his job in now both of his plate appearances. Drew a walk back in the third that ended up scoring the second Falmouth run of the day, and now drives in the third on a sac fly. So he said he's got to put the contact skills to good use and really barreled up a pitch from Cummings. Struck it pretty well into center field. Nelson Taylor is a good defensive center fielder, but that throw wasn't that close.
Speaking of throws, Ty Cummings just threw it over to first base on another pickoff attempt to Alex Mooney. As time is called by Scott Landers, and he's going to the bullpen yet again. It's Dave Grundy. Cade Grundy, excuse me, but Grundy's going to come out of the pen. Cummings' afternoon is done. Made his earliest appearance this season. Ends up giving up an earned run. This is the 3rd straight top half that Falmouth has gotten on the board. The Commodores are in front of the Braves by a score of 3-2 with 1 on and 1 gone. It's Jay Sportman coming up to the plate. We'll tell you more about Cade Grundy when we come back. You're listening to the CCBL playoffs on the Commodores Radio Network. the Commodores are back in the driver's seat, leading 3-2 to the Bourne Braves here at Doran Park in Game 3 of the first round of the Western Division playoffs. The series is tied at 1. It's a best-of-3 series, which is code for win or go home tonight for Falmouth. And for Bourne, it's on to its third pitcher. And just 10 outs put up by the Braves. It's Cade Grundy, Carter out of Louisville.
Yeah, 6'1", 205-pounder from Somerset, Kentucky. Stayed pretty close to home and is a Louisville Cardinal in the springtime. He started 2 games and had 15 appearances with UL this spring, 6.48 ERA with the Cards in 16 2/3. But this summer was a reliable bullpen arm for the Braves. 9 appearances, 3 starts in the regular season, a 2.16 ERA in 25 innings. Struck out 25, walked only 9 over that span.
When you're averaging a strikeout an inning, last time I checked, that's pretty good. It's Jace Borpin at the plate. Righty on lefty duel with Mooney on first and 1 away. Commodores in front by 1 here in the top of the 4th inning. First pitch to Borpin, a fastball missing low below the knees. It's ball 1.
Now, Falmouth has only seen Grundy 1 time this season, and it was all the way back on July 2nd, but they touched him up for a season high in runs with 3, 2 of them earned in a 3-inning start.
He had 5 hits in that outing as well. The 1-0. Fastball cut on a miss for strike 1. The count is even.
Seems like after that start, though, Grundy really settled down on the season. Kept on lowering his numbers. He's been doing it with a low 90s fastball and a curveball in the upper 70s as his primary offerings.
Since that outing, he said it best. In 6 appearances, he gave just 3 earned runs. Mooney leads off first, held off by Brito. Pickoff move over there. Tag applied this time, but Mooney getting in safely.
Alex,
that's got to be the
careful.
6th time he's had a throw over there.
He's now got to pay more attention because Grundy has a quicker move to first than did Ty Cummings.
Mooney has 14 stolen bases in this regular season, but now the postseason, obviously. Another pickoff move. Mooney dives in safely. This one, the closest of them all. Mooney lost his footing, had to reach with his hand guard to make sure he had a hand on the bag. Remember when I was younger, I was trying to figure out what exactly those were. I thought it was just, again, extra inch, but it's also to protect that hand, the lead hand when you're diving back to first base, which is your right hand normally. 1-1 pitch. Fastball missing outside, ball 2.
Well, Mooney may be itching to steal in this inning, but with the Doors possessing the momentum right now, I would be surprised to see him go on a straight steal. Perhaps a hit and run by Borpin, who makes a lot of contact, but Grundy looks intent to keep him on first.
Jace was hit by a pitch last time he came up to the plate in the 3rd. 2-1 pitch, Mooney goes. Throw down the second, not in time. Alex is in safely. It's 3-1 at the plate, and Moondog has a stolen base, and here comes Scott Landers. You knew this was gonna happen. He's standing in front of the 3rd base line, awaiting to talk to one of the 4 umpires. Now he's granted. He crosses the 3rd base line. He's going over to talk to 2nd base umpire Joseph Labella.
Well, in a league with no replay, this is part of the game that the major leagues haven't had for some time. Your good old Bobby Cox, Lou Piniella type argument with an umpire over a play. And Landers has made it abundantly clear this season that he's a guy who will get his words in one way or another. It doesn't matter how much time he takes up in a game, he's going to make his voice heard no matter what.
He has come out in every game the Commodores and Braves have played since July 22nd. And it all started with a dead ball that Stovall hit on the right side down the first base line. The Braves wanted to protest it, but the Commodores in response put up runs from the 4th inning on, winning 10-3. So Grundy comes set. 3-1 the count on Borpin. Mooney on 2nd base. Mooney with an extra step. As Grundy deals the 3-1, curveball misses low and inside, ball 4. Jace Borpin with a great eye, looking at a curveball that broke in on him in the left-handed batter's box, gets a base on balls, and it now brings up Andrew Pinckney, setting up a righty-on-righty matchup, pitcher the batter.
Well, the Doors have drawn 4 walks so far in this game. These hitters have had some good eyes at the plate. And that pitch not close for Grundy, who's now got to get it under control. Ty Cummings wasn't on with his command. Now they're hoping this right-hander can hit his spots a little better than did Cummings or Will Sandy.
And Pinckney is trying to get out of a strikeout hole. Last 2 times, Pink has come up to the plate. He's gone down looking and then swinging. First pitch to Pinckney. Line drive left side, caught by a diving Eblin from his right side. Oh, a web gem and another highway robbery for the Commodores. How many times is this going to happen? This time, it's Bryce Eblin over at third base. Looking like Nolan Arenado over there.
Stovall.
We saw an exceptional play by Matt Shaw to end the 3rd inning. And this time we see a gold glove diving play from Eblin at third base to his right on the line where his glove nicked the chalk. Caught it on a line and saved what was probably going to be at least 2 runs for the Doors. I think
100%.
On that play, Borfin's coming around from first as that ball rattles around in the left field corner.
But either way, Borfin's on first and Mooney is on second still. 2 gone. Top of the 4th inning, Doors up 3-2. First pitch to Peyton Stovall, bounces off the chest protector of Tomas Frick. He picks it up, moving to his right. Away from Peyton Stovall, who's in the left-handed batter's box. It's ball 1 on Stovey at the plate, but Mooney stays at second, which means Borfin stayed at first.
You know, this series, it has really been the Braves' defense that has either helped them or killed them. In Game 1, it was Nelson Taylor who robbed at least 1 home run, took away extra bases from a couple different Commodores, and then in Game 2 yesterday, it was Alan Espinal behind the plate who had such a brutal day and contributed to that 7-run 3rd inning.
Righty on lefty duel, pitcher the batter. Grundy looks at second where Mooney is and deals from the stretch. Fastball outside, ball 2. Stovall last time up had himself an RBI single. If he does something similar here, Mooney will more likely than not score going off the bat with 2 away. Stovall also got hit by a pitch. That was in his first plate appearance. So Stovall 1 for 1 today with that RBI single. Grundy still working from the stretch. Comes set and deals. Swing and a miss, strike 1. Grundy, the man on the mound for the Braves, comes out of Louisville, where his dad Philip played 9 seasons in the Kansas City Royals minor league organizations. Never made it to the big league level, but got as high as AAA. Mooney leads off second. Borfin leads off first. 2-1 the count, 2 away in the top of the 4th. Doors up 1 on the Bravos. Grundy deals. Fastball missing low. Frick held on for a second to make sure home plate umpire Jim Fonseca saw the spot. But Jim says, not so fast, Tomas. It's 3-1.
This is a key batter here for Grundy because if he walks Stovall, Drew Brutcher is going to be the one to hit with the bases loaded. So far, Grundy hasn't thrown a single strike to Stovall. The one swing was at a pitch up at shoulder height. If Stovall had laid off that, he'd be on first base right now.
3-1 the count on Stovall with 2 away. Grundy deals. Strike 2 outside and a little bit high as well. Bourne crowd is loving it to our left. Chairs left and right propped up here at Doran Park. 3-2 is your score. 2 on, 2 gone. The count is full on Stovall here in the top of the 4th inning. The series in this first round of the CCBL playoffs is tied at 1 between Falmouth and Bourne. Grundy comes set. The payoff pitch to Stovall. Curveball swung on and hit to left center field, coming in and sliding and dropping it as slides. Taylor picks it up. Mooney comes in the score. The throw goes in the second. Borfin's coming in. He's in there safely. Oh, it has been wild here at Doran Park, and it just got wilder. An RBI single for Peyton Stovall. It's 5-2 Doors with 2 gone here in the top of the 4th. Slight had an opportunity to close out the top of the 4th inning, but it doinked in and out of his glove. Maybe if that glove's in the steamer for 30 more seconds, they're out of it, but not so fast. Falmouth has its largest lead tonight.
Well, we talked about what would happen if Drew Brutcher got up in this situation with guys on, but Peyton Stovall decided to take care of it himself. Nearly another platinum glove play by Evan Slide over and left. He had a chance, but it popped out of his glove as he hit the ground on the slide.
Brutcher goes after the first pitch. Shaw picks it up on the lip, tosses the second for the final out in the top of the 4th inning. But not before the Commodores get a little bit of luck in this top half. Slight in left field had it. He slid, but it bounced off his glove. It led to a 2-run RBI single for Peyton Stovall, which means Falmouth has a 5-2 lead over Bourne going into the bottom of the 4th inning. We get to find out that the Commodores can keep it after this. You're listening to the CCBL playoffs on the Commodores Radio Network.
Welcome back to Doran Park as we head on to the bottom of the 4th inning here in Game 3 of the Western Division first-round series between the Falmouth Commodores and the division rival Bourne Braves. 5-2 is your score. The Doors are on top after a 3-run top of the 4th inning. In a game that has felt so much like tense hand-to-hand combat, it has been the Doors who landed the latest blow, courtesy of the 2-out, 2 RBI single by Peyton Stovall. Nelson Taylor stands in against Will Johnston, who kicks and deals. It's a breaking ball down low for ball 1. The count's 1-0. Taylor, Peck, and Frick, 7, 8, and 9 in the Bourne order due up here in the 4th inning. Will Johnston stake to his largest lead today. The 1-0 delivery, low and away from the left-handed hitting Taylor. It's 2-0.
Something that Johnston has been struggling with is getting behind in counts. Strike one is so important, and Johnston's got to find it earlier.
Johnston winds and deals. 2-0, called strike. Fastball at the waist level. 2-1 the count on the Bourne center fielder, who's 0 for 1 today. Struck out back in the 2nd. Johnston goes into his wind, and the 2-1 to Taylor's. A swing and a ground ball softly hit to shortstop. Mooney has it go underneath his glove. And into left field, Taylor trying for second as Borfin's throw comes in, and it's too late. Roach had no chance to apply the tag. It's an E6 all the way on Alex Mooney, and that's how the bottom of the 4th begins for Bourne.
That's just a tough break. You know, that's
Shortstop,
the
number
lip
16,
getting the best of you maybe beforehand. I know it was beforehand, not really the case this time around, but you kind of have a yip going into it. And that's a tough break because who knows what this means for Johnson. With Mike Landry coming out, it actually means the end of Johnston's day. We're going to have a new pitcher, Carter.
Well, the runner on second base in Nelson Taylor here in the bottom of the 4th inning. The day is done for Will Johnston as a whole committee of Commodores meets on the mound. The entire infield and pitching coach Mike Landry, who is set to take the ball from his left-hander. So give Johnston 3+ innings today in a decisive elimination Game 3 here in the first-round playoffs in the CCBL. We'll keep you posted on who the new arm is into the game for the Doors here at Doran Park when we return. You're listening to the Cape Cod Baseball League on the Falmouth Commodores Radio Network. Well, we're back in the 4th inning here at Doran Park with the Falmouth Commodores leading the Bourne Braves 5-2 right now in Game 3 of the Cape Cod Baseball League Western Division First Round Series. The Doors and Bravos battling to see who has the right to face the Hyannis Harbor Hawks in the Western Division Championship Series. That Game 3 a final, and the Hawks really put a hurt on the Cotuit Cavaliers. A 10-run victory, 15-5, to spell a pretty dramatic thud to the end of the season for Cotuit.
Oh, 100%. And the Game 3s are coming in this Western Division side right here. Both teams in the East swept. But here, right now in this moment, it's up to Garrett Coe to keep it going for the Doors, who are up 3.
Left-handed reliever now on for Falmouth, replacing starter Will Johnston, who went 3+ innings today, 4 hits, 2 runs so far, 2 walks and 3 strikeouts. Nelson Taylor at second base and co-dealing with John Peck. He wheels around to look at Taylor, though, who's still at second base. And we've seen him play a rangy center field. We know this guy's got good speed. A base hit would probably score him as Cromwick goes out to the mound, just a step in front of the dirt to talk things over with Coe.
I mean, Taylor's batting stats don't really tell you the whole story. He came into today 2 for 4 with the walk. He's gone down swinging, had himself an error, get a board at second base. But his glove's not out there in center field. The Commodores have themselves an off day. It's really simple as that. Taylor robbed Alex Mooney of an extra base hit, Borfin of a home run, and McKenzie had a home run that was caught at the warning track.
All that took place in Game 1 in this series.
Yep.
As Coe looks back, Taylor at second, now turns and deals. First pitch to John Peck, fouled straight back. And it's 0-1 to the Bourne shortstop. Peck's 0 for 1 today. He struck out back in the 2nd inning.
How about the change of velocity here? You know, you go from Johnson, a guy who's in low 90s, can touch 94, touch 95 at Texas A&M. Now you're going up against a guy in Garrett Coe who normally tails around 86 to 87 miles an hour. Big drop.
Coe again looking back. Taylor at second, now wheels around and fires. 0-1 swinging a line drive into right field, base hit. Taylor moseys his way onto third. Peck stops at first. It's a single for Peck, the first batter to face Coe, and it puts runners at first and third here in the bottom of the 4th with still nobody out.
It's at that point right now, you know, where you have yourself a comfortable lead. You've got to find your way to just draw a double play ball here. If Taylor scores, so what? But you get yourself 2 outs and the base is cleared for Bryce Eblin, the leadoff guy. But you know what? I'm taking 2 outs and a run scored all day. Do what you can if you're Cove. This ball is going to be put in play by Tomas Frick. This infield has to do whatever it can to turn a double play ball here if it's on the ground.
So here's Tomas Frick, the right-handed hitting catcher in the number 9 spot for Bourne. Coe deals the first pitch to him. It's a called strike. Fastball on the outer half, and it's 0-1. This inning started by the 2-base error by Alex Mooney at shortstop on a ground ball that went underneath his glove into left center field. John Peck, the shortstop, first batter to face Coe, just singled to right for his first hit of the series. Peck is now 1 for 6 in 2 appearances, did not play in Game 2. Frick 1 for 1 today, singled back in the 2nd. Coe looking over Peck at first, now fires, swinging a pop-up, back of the netting. Cromwick coming back towards the brick wall, and it bounces over right near the Bourne press box, directly behind the plate, but it's strike 2 on Frick.
That ball was skied in the air, and it looked like it was going to hit one of us dead on the head. I know I've told you we're going to catch a foul ball this season, but that one I was legitimately terrified of getting hit by. We have all of our stuff in front of us. Something would have broken.
Coe looking for the first out in this inning with Tomas Frick at the plate, who's 2 for 4 in the series with a home run and 3 driven in. Runners at first and third, the 0-2 pitch. Down low on a breaking ball, 1-2 from Coe. Well, no left-handed pitcher appeared in more games during the regular season for the Falmouth Commodores than Garrett Coe did. 11 appearances this summer. On the regular season, 3.92 ERA in 18 1/3 innings. 9 walks, 23 hits, 15 strikeouts. His last appearance against Bourne, though, July 22nd, he pitched 2 2/3, was tagged for 3 hits, a walk, and an earned run.
The last time took on the Bravos was July 22nd in that 10-3 win. You know, you only give that earned run, but it's important to keep that at a minimum right now if you're Coe.
Pitch to Frick is topped up, 1-2 on the count, and McKenzie underneath it over at third base, fighting the wind for it and makes the catch on the infield grass, about halfway between the mound and the third base bag. But it's a big out off the bat of Bourne's catcher in the number 9 spot. Neither runner advances, and now the top of the order is coming back around for Bourne.
That's such a big out. I mean, you force a pop-up like that, that is what control pitchers are supposed to do. Jam guys, get it on the ground. Pop flies that slightly go into the outfield, stay in the infield. That's Garrett Coe's job. That's the reason why he's been making the most appearances as a left-handed reliever for the Commodores. You mentioned 11 in the regular season. He came up big on that first out, but he's got to get 2 more with Bryce Eblin, the leadoff man, up now.
Here's Eblin, who's 1 for 2. Lefty-lefty matchup. The pitch to Eblin taken for a strike as Peck heads for second and gets there without a throw. So a stolen base by the Braves, who have not done as much running in this series as we expected. This is a team that ranked second in the entire CCBL in steals during the regular season with 81. But that is the first swipe of a bag today by any Brave. Peck now at second, Taylor at third with 1 out. 0-1 pitch on the way to Eblin's way high, 1-1 the count.
And now when you have 2 runners in scoring position and a tying run at the plate in Bryce Eblin, that pop-up that you just had from Tomas Frick has to be replicated. That would be that out would be even bigger than the other one, because that forces an infield fly if it stays in the infield, and guys stay at second and third.
Coe ready, the 1-1 pitch to Eblin out of the windup is a swing and a foul back, way out of play over the netting. Behind a whole slew of Bourne fans who have shown up tonight to cheer on their Braves in this decisive Game 3. Coe dealing with Eblin, but a bigger test may stand on deck in the form of Mac Horvath, who's 1 for 1 today with a hit by pitch, but that one hit was a very big one. A no-doubt home run hit out to left field in the 3rd inning.
That would also be a lefty on righty matchup when it gets there.
Coe ready, goes into his wind, and the 1-2. Swinging a tapper, front of the plate. Coe off the mound to his left, cannot make a play. Taylor scores, Peck on to third. Eblin reaches first on the RBI infield single. A bad break for Garrett Coe, who wisely put that ball in his pocket after he saw that he had no chance at any base for an out.
So now that completes Johnston's line. There are runners at the corners. He had the go-ahead runner at the plate to Mac Horvath.
Right fielder, number 21.
But Johnston's line complete. 3 innings pitched, 4 hits, 3 runs, 2 of them earned, 2 walks, 3 strikeouts. And we're getting another pitching change here with Horvath coming up. Would not be surprised if this is a righty coming out of the pen to face the righty Horvath.
I wouldn't be shocked whatsoever. Eblin was only the 3rd batter that Coe faced, so he can come out of this game. Either have to go 3 batters or finish off an inning. As the conference takes place on the mound again, it's the entire Falmouth infield plus pitching coach Mike Landry. And we see a new face trotting in from the Falmouth bullpen, the 3rd pitcher used here in the bottom of the 4th inning. It's 5-3. The Doors now lead the Braves here at Doran Park. But again, Bourne not going down without a fight. They have runners at first and second with only 1 away. You're listening to the Cape Cod Baseball League on the Falmouth Commodores radio network. We'll be back in just a moment.
Doors up by just 2. 0-2 the count on Bovee. He deals. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Doors win. They're back like they never left. The Commodores into the postseason for the first time since 2019.
Here's the 2-1 pitch. High drive into right center field. Pinckney lays out, and did he make the catch? He did! The ball game is over. Andrew Pinckney extending to his left, and the Commodores survive.
This one is a swing and a high drive to right center field. Going back, it is out of here! Anthony McKenzie gives the Commodores the lead in spectacular fashion.
As a proud sponsor of the Cape Cod Baseball League, the Mass State Lottery is celebrating the games we love playing, from the baseball diamond to the many lottery games that help support all 351 cities and towns across the Commonwealth. So, here's to 50 years of winning and 50 more.
Well, we're still here in the bottom of the 4th inning at Doran Park. The Falmouth Commodores leading the Bourne Braves by a score of 5-3 here in Game 3 of the Cape Cod Baseball League Western Division first round playoff series here in the West. And a new pitcher on the mound for Falmouth, the 3rd of the inning for the Doors. It's right-handed submariner Leo Giannone.
Giannone had 1 2/3 innings pitched so far in this postseason, and it came in Game 1. You know, 2 runs, one of them earned in a 6-5 loss, walking 1 and striking out 2. But he comes up to the hill in a big part in this game. It's the bottom of the 4th, but the runners are at the corners, and Matt Horvath, who had a solo home run, serves as the go-ahead run at the plate in the right-handed batter's box.
Giannone fires the first pitch to Horvath. It hits him, as Cromwell had no chance to corral it. Eblin was headed for second base, but he'll stand there anyway on the hit by pitch, and the bases are loaded with 1 out here in the 4th inning.
So Horvath getting hit in the left hamstring, that left hip area.
First baseman, number 28.
Now you have the bases
Rutgers,
juiced
Christopher
for another guy
Burrito,
who hit a ball foul that probably has not landed yet off the left hand of Will Johnson. This at-bat means so much more.
Chris Brito, the first baseman and number 3 hitter today for Bourne, hitting with the bases loaded and 1 out here in the bottom of the 4th inning. First pitch to Brito, low and outside, not close for Giannone. It's 1-0. Peck at third, Eblin at second, Horvath at first. A single by Peck, an infield hit by Eblin, and a hit batter have loaded the bases. 1-0 to Brito, little high, 2-0. Brito, right-handed hitter, who's 1 for 2 today, now 3 for 10 in the series. Doors leading by 2, trying to cling on. 2-0 delivery, swinging a pop-up back of the plate, foul. So Giannone, a native of Marietta, Georgia, who's here to put out the fire that Garrett Coe helped smolder in this inning, faced 3 batters, gave up 2 singles. 2-1 delivery. Swinging a ground ball to first base, over the glove of Walsh, fair ball down the right field line. Peck scores, Eblin in to score right behind him, Horvath into third, Brito into second with a double, and we're tied here at Doran Park. It's 5-5 on the 2 RBI double by Chris Brito. So the Doors, after a 3 spot in the top of the 4th, have seen their lead washed away. The Braves have a 3 spot of their own in the bottom half and are still hitting.
That risk of bringing in Jacob
Left fielder,
Walsh
number
from this
27,
pivotal
out of
first base
Rutgers,
spot into the
Evan
grass,
Slight.
burns Falmouth. Because if Walsh is at a normal depth, he makes that play, and it turns into possibly a 3-6-1 double play, and the Doors get out of that. Now you have the infield in with the go-ahead run 90 feet away.
It just glanced off the lip of a leaping Walsh's glove. First pitch to Evans, Slight is off the plate, 1-0. Left-handed hitting Slight, playing left today, hitting cleanup. Slight has walked twice so far, and Leo Giannone, the submariner on the mound, has yet to record an out. 1-0 pitch, caught the inside corner for strike 1. So Giannone, a recent addition to this roster, went an inning and 2/3 in Game 1, gave up 2 hits, 2 runs, 1 of them earned. Had only 1 regular season appearance after coming over from the Holly Springs Salamanders. 1-1 pitch low, 2-1. And that team down in the Coastal Plain League, where Giannone was brilliant in 22 games, had a 2.02 ERA. But things have been tougher sledding up here in Cape Cod. 2-1 pitch to Slight. Swinging a foul back, 2-2. Runners at second and third here in the bottom of the 4th inning. 5-5 your score here at Doran Park. It has been a tense, tight game played so far, as I look for the right adjective there.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, that's really what it comes down to. I don't know how to describe this one. It's a great one.
Infield in, 2-2 pitch to Slight. As a swing and a pop-up on the infield. Giannone gloves it. Instead, it bounced off the ground right behind Cromwick, and instead Giannone had to come down with it again, had no play. Off the bat, looked like it was hit in the air, but instead, no chance for an out at any base, and the Braves now lead it 6-5 on another infield single.
They're just finding a way to do it. I mean,
The
two
second
infield
baseman,
singles
number
in
24,
no
out
man's
of
land
Maryland,
where you have
Matt
no play on it.
Shaw.
And, I mean, a couple of 4-footers are the reason why the Braves are winning this game, and now they can explode it. There's already a 4 spot here in the bottom of the 4th inning, but you're bringing up Matt Shaw, the league MVP, and a guy who's still looking for his first hit. He has himself an RBI, but if Giannotti does not get it done here, this one could explode in Bourne's favor.
So Horvath scored on that infield single by Slight. Give him an RBI. No error on the play. That ball chopped off the front of the dirt, right in the batter's box, obscured right off the play by Cromwell. That's why we didn't have a great view of it. But now there's runners at second and third with 1 away, and here comes Mike Landry again. He is just beating down the grass on a path on the way to the mound tonight. And we might be in search of another pitcher into the game for Falmouth. It would be the 4th of this inning, as things have got 4 runs and counting for Bourne. 6-5 your score right now. The Braves with 6 runs on 8 hits. The Doors with 5 runs on 5 hits. And a new face coming in from the bullpen again, this time to face Matt Shaw, the man in waiting, the second baseman and league MVP who hits 5th tonight. He'll be the 8th man to bat in this inning when we see who the new man is for the Doors out of the bullpen. You're listening to the Cape Cod Baseball League on the Falmouth Commodores Radio Network. Well, the bottom of this 4th inning is still going on between the Falmouth Commodores and Bourne Braves here at Doran Park in Game 3 of the Cape Cod Baseball League Western Division First Round Series. And the Doors have let things get unspooled here so far. 4 runs on 4 hits and an error. And a new pitcher into the game for the Doors. The 4th one to appear in this inning. It's right-hander Caleb Corbett out of Louisville.
Corbett had 12 appearances this season. The ERA finished at 9.64, but I really don't think that tells you the whole story, Carter. In Corbett's last 5 appearances in the regular season, starting from July 20th at Harwich in a 6-5 win, Caleb has not given up an earned run. But you're at a point in the game right now where the scoring just simply has to stop. There are runners at the corners, 1 gone in the bottom of the 4th, a 4 spot right now put up by Bourne, and it's not done yet. Corbett's got to get it done right here with the league MVP and Thurman Munson batting champion coming up to the plate in Matt Shaw. This at-bat is crucial. If you maybe turn a double play here, or at least force a pop-up, some momentum goes back in Falmouth's way, who's trailing by 1 right now. But the Commodores have to get it back here. It's now or never.
Runners at first and third, 1 out here in the bottom of the 4th inning. Caleb Corbett on the mound dealing with Matt Shaw. Instead, it's a throw over. And Evan Slight is back to first base. Chris Brito is the runner at third for Bourne. As finally, this top of the Bourne order has finally broken through. Horvath, Brito, Slight, and Shaw have all had contributions today. Bourne up 6-5 as Corbett looks in. Now fires over to first again, and Slight again dives back. So Bourne with 4 hits in this inning. All 4 of them have touched infield dirt. One of them a double that bounced off the turf and went off the glove of a leaping Walsh at first base down the right field line. 2 infield singles and a ground ball through the right side by John Peck, who was the second man to bat in this inning. Will Johnston actually started this inning. Remember him? First batter he faced reached on an error by Alex Mooney. That was Nelson Taylor. As Corbett now readies to go, dealing with Matt Shaw. His first offering is a breaking ball down low, 1-0. So the Doors, who enter this inning up 5-2, with the strength and the momentum off of a 2-run single by Peyton Stovall in the 4th inning that made it 5-2. That now seems like a long time ago. 1-0 pitch to Shaw, down low off the chest protector of Kralmick in the dirt, but he blocks it. It's 2-0.
If I'm Corbett here, you got to go after Shaw. It's really simple as that. You know, challenge him. The Braves in this inning have not really had a hard base hit. Just a couple of infield singles is the reason why Bourne leads right now in no man's land. If I'm Corbett, attack. That's what helps him be so successful if he attacks.
Slide at first, Brito at third. 2-0 pitch to Shaw, caught the outside corner to the right-handed hitting second baseman. It's 2-1 rather. But the first strike fired by Corbett, and that's been an issue in this inning. Leo Giannone faced 3 batters, didn't get any of them out. He was the preceding man on the mound before Corbett came in. Corbett throws over to first, and again, Slight is back. So Giannone went hit batter, 2 RBI double, and an RBI infield single. Faced Horvath, Brito, and Slight, who all reached. So no outs recorded by Giannone. Garrett Coe was the second man to pitch in this inning. He only got 1 out, gave up 2 runs and 2 hits. 2-1 pitch from Corbett, up high, 3-1. Josh Kuroda-Grauer on deck. Excuse me, Trey.
I mean, you don't want to walk him. I was just about to get to that. I mean, I think we're thinking the same thing here yet again, but can't walk him. You load the bases if you do that.
Kuroda-Grauer on deck, who's 4 for 9 in this series with 3 driven in. 3-1 pitch to Shaw. Breaking ball, too high. Ball 4. And the train keeps on moving for Bourne. Falmouth in serious danger here as Slight goes to second. Brito stays at third. Shaw heads on to first. And the 9th man to hit in this inning, Josh Kuroda-Grauer, now comes to the plate with the bases loaded and 1 out here in the bottom of the 4th inning. Kuroda-Grauer is 0 for 2 today. He has made the final outs of the 1st and 3rd innings. Corbett set, first pitch to Kuroda-Grauer. Down and in, 1-0. Well, it's white knuckle time for the Doors, who have suddenly found their bullpen unable to get outs and unable to throw strikes against a very potent Bourne lineup. Kuroda-Grauer, who was signed to Bourne on August 2nd, only a few days ago, with only so many at-bats in the regular season, looks at a ball up and in as they appeal to first, and Jeff Kinney says no, it's 2-0.
Commodores just can't buy anything right now, literally anything. I mean, this is tough. You got to get it out here and get some sort of life back in this Falmouth defense.
2-0 the count. Corbett comes set. He kicks and fires. Up high, 3-0. And no place to put Kuroda-Grauer, with Brito at third, Slight at second, and Shaw at first. 6-5 your score here at Doran Park in Game 3 of the Western Division first-round playoffs. It's win or go home time for the Doors, struggling through this fourth inning. 3-0, in for a strike, 3-1.
And you got to treat this 3-1 pitch like it's a 3-0 pitch. Find the middle of the zone. Just throw a strike. I mean, it's really gotten to that point. Put a ball in play. Challenge them. They have not put anything hard in play in this bottom half.
3-1. Swinging a pop-up right side. Foul ground. Walsh giving chase. Heading over towards the fence, and it's out of play. The count now full on Kuroda-Grauer. Caleb Corbett, fastball, slider, curveball pitcher, trying to work through his 6th consecutive appearance without yielding an earned run. That streak dates back to July 20th. Kuroda Grauer trying to increase this Bourne lead with the Braves up 6-5 right now. Payoff pitch, swinging a foul right side, over the netting and out of play. Over into the sandy area beyond the right field foul line. With all the construction taking place here at Doran Park, the count stays full on Kuroda Grauer. Big time spot for the guy they call JKG here at Bourne. Kuroda Grauer whirls the bat around to the rear shoulder in the righty box against the righty Corbett. 3-2 delivery to Kuroda Grauer. Breaking ball, swinging a foul off the facade as Kuroda Grauer nods his head as if to acknowledge the quality of the pitch that he just fouled off. Go ahead, Trey.
I mean, it's also kind of, it's the slider that's low and away, a 2-strike pitch. I feel like JKG's got a feeling that a fastball, something easy over the plate is going to be coming here. And that's exactly what he wants.
He's got Corbett in a situation where this right-hander needs to throw a strike. Payoff pitch again. Up high, ball 4. Kuroda Grauer had to lunge backwards out of the way. It's a bases-loaded walk that scores Brito from third base. And it's all falling apart for the Doors here in the bottom of the 4th inning. 7-5, the Braves are now in front.
And a 5 spot in this bottom of the 4th inning. 5 spot. That just can't happen. I mean, it's
Center fielder, number 26.
when you need it most. Now you need it in this at-bat. Now you bring up the guy who led off this bottom half. 10 batters have now come to the plate.
Well, the Doors batted around yesterday in the 3rd inning at the Gov. The Braves have now done so in the 4th inning here at Doran Park. 5 runs on 4 hits and an error and counting. Nelson Taylor, lefty bat at the plate, looks at the first pitch from Corbett. It's strike 1 over the outer half. 0-1 the count on the Bourne center fielder who began this inning with a ground ball to short that went underneath the glove of Alex Mooney. And as we now look back on that error, it surely opened the door for these Braves. 0-1, swing and a miss. Nasty stuff from Corbett. Had Taylor out in front, waving a pitch down low, and it's 0-2. Well, Corbett needs a double play, but this not a likely candidate. Taylor with good speed. It would have to be hard hit. 0-2 pitch from Corbett, up high with a fastball at shoulder level. 1-2. 1 away, bases loaded here in the bottom of the 4th inning. The Braves have put up 5 runs on 4 hits so far in this inning, and they're not quite done. Slide at third, Shaw at second, Kuroda Grauer at first. As Taylor fouls off the 1-2, it stays alive.
And if I'm Corbett, I'm attacking. Again, don't try and work around the strike zone and make him chase. I'm giving Taylor something to hit. This is something you got to do. I mean, this is all put on by the Commodores, this 5 spot. Challenge it.
Corbett puts it on his hip. Now comes set, the 1-2. Swinging a foul the other way, off the netting, high above the Bourne dugout. It stays 1-2. Well, Taylor in this series is now 2 for 6 at the plate. Did not appear in game 2. Had 2 hits in game 1. So far today in game 3, he's 0 for 2. 1-2 pitch upcoming from Corbett. The wind, here it is. Swinging a tapper, foul back of the plate again. Taylor putting up a real battle with the bases loaded and 1 out here in the bottom of the 4th inning. So Bourne with runs scored in the 1st, the 3rd, and now the 4th. Falmouth with runs in the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. And the Doors are going to need more. Corbett ready, the 1-2. Fastball, too low, 2-2. Well, Corbett has walked both batters that he's faced since coming in here in the 4th. The 4th pitcher used for Falmouth in this frame. Will Johnston started it. Then it was Garrett Coe and Leo Giannone. And now it's Caleb Corbett. 2-2, swinging a foul back. Fastball up high that Taylor fought off. And he still stands in that left-handed batter's box, putting up quite an at-bat.
And this is why they're the President's Trophy winners. They won the Western Division. I mean, the Braves are so good because they not only have good hitters, They have disciplined hitters. They know what to go after down 2 strikes.
Corbett peering in to get the sign. Now goes into his wind in the 2-2. Breaking ball off the outer half, and the count runs full. 7-5, the Braves lead here at Doran Park in Game 3. We're in the bottom of the 4th. The bases are still loaded with 1 out, and it's another full count on Nelson Taylor. Payoff pitch from Corbett. Swing and a miss. Big second out here in the bottom of the 4th inning, as Taylor takes to the dugout, and John Peck now strolls his way to the plate.
Now you can take a deep breath.
Number 16, out of Pepperdine.
Now you can say hallelujah. We got ourselves an out. Let's get another. You know, it's got to come right here if you're Corbett. Don't let up another base runner, because if you do, the deficit only gets bigger. If I'm Corbett here, I got to be working. Find my pitch, go with it, and just bear down.
Corbett staring down right-handed hitting shortstop John Peck, who was the second man to bat in this inning. Now comes up again as the first pitch goes down low in the dirt, 1-0. 2 down, bases loaded, bottom of the 4th inning. With Slide at third, Shaw at second, and Josh Kuroda-Grauer at first base for Bourne. 5 runs on 4 hits, an error, and a couple walks sprinkled in by 4 different Commodores pitchers have led to a catastrophic 4th inning so far. Peck at the plate, Corbett's 1-0 delivery to him. Swing and a miss, and a breaking ball over the outer half, 1-1. And if there is a candidate for Corbett to get out of this inning, there may not be a better one in the entire Cape League than John Peck. And of all qualified hitters, Peck finished up the regular season with the lowest batting average of any Cape player. The only man to finish under 200. He hit 195 on the regular year. 1-1 from Corbett. Fastball blew it right by him, swing and a miss. 1-2 the count. 2 gone here in the bottom of the 4th inning. The Braves have scored 5 in this frame and are not quite done. Slide at third, Shaw at second, Kuroda-Grauer at first. As you hear this Bourne crowd get into things, Corbett goes into his wind with the pitch at his belt. The pitch, here it is, 1-2, down low, through the legs of Cromwick. Here comes Slight to score, and it's 8-5 Braves here in the bottom of the 4th inning. On a 2-strike pitch, Caleb Corbett uncorks a wild pitch, and the Braves now lead by 3.
That could be up for debate with a wild pitch or a pass ball. It looks like that Cromwick got a piece of it on the glove, and then it went through his legs, but it's a close one. Either way, can't have that happen. That's now 6 runs put up by Bourne in this bottom half of the 4th inning. Something similar to what we saw last night with Falmouth 7 in the 3rd.
Peck still at the plate, 2-2 pitch, swing and a drive to right field. Brutcher going back, now comes back in a few steps in right to make the catch, and that ends the bottom of the 4th inning. But not before the Braves get 6 runs on 4 hits and an error against 4 different Falmouth pitchers. We'll see how the Doors respond to this sledgehammer blow in the top of the 5th. Cromwick, Walsh, and McKenzie, 7, 8, and 9 due up for the Doors when we return. You're listening to the Cape Cod Baseball League playoffs on the Falmouth Commodores Radio Network.
Stereophonic sound for the home is recorded on 2 separate tracks, each one giving special emphasis to certain sections of the orchestra, as heard from those positions. Now, when played back simultaneously on 2 separate systems, the sounds are blended together to achieve a new dimension in sound impossible to obtain in a monaural recording.
off the fifth for Falmouth.
Well, we're back at Doran Park in the top of the 5th inning as the Falmouth Commodores look to answer against the Bourne Braves here in Game 3 of the Cape Cod Baseball League Western Division first round series. This an elimination game, and the Braves just the latest to strike in a massive fashion. A 6-run bottom of the 4th inning. 6 runs on 4 hits and a big error by Alex Mooney. Now it's Cromwick, Walsh, and McKenzie. 7, 8, and 9 for the Doors due up against Cade Grundy, whose first pitch is a swing and a line drive into right center field, a base hit. Nelson Taylor over to his left for Bourne to pick it up on a roll, but it's a leadoff single for Cromwick, his first time on base today, and the Doors have their leadoff man aboard.
And this is where you need to start changing the momentum. You know, it's got to come down to who's going to shift the energy here for the Commodores. You have the bottom of the order up in Jacob Walsh, a guy who's actually like the 8th spot, it seems like, with his first 2 games. But now you got to take advantage. You have a guy on, keep it rolling.
Cromwick at first, nobody down. Grundy deals with Jacob Walsh. First pitch down low and inside to the left-handed hitting first baseman. It's 1-0. Cade Grundy, right-hander from Louisville, on for his 2nd inning of work. He came on in the 4th, gave up that 2 RBI single to Peyton Stovall, but now he's back for more. 1-0 pitch on the way to Walsh. Swing and a miss. And a pitch up high in the zone. It's 1-1 on Jacob. Anthony McKenzie stands on deck. He's walked both trips to the plate today. Walsh, meanwhile, is 1 for 2 with an RBI single back in the 2nd. Now 4 for 9 on this series. Cromwick staying put over at first base. Grundy's 1-1 out of the stretch. Fastball on the inner half, strike 2. 1-2 the count on Walsh as you hear the cowbells ringing here at Doran Park. And that 6-run 4th really got these fans back into it, and they can smell it. The Braves with a 3-run lead over the Doors now, 8-5. In what was once a 5-2 Falmouth lead. 1-2 pitch to Walsh. Foul ball back of the plate and a fastball up high in the zone. It stays 1-2. So Cromwick over at first base, not a base stealer. You can imagine he won't be running here after no attempts on the regular season. Meanwhile, Walsh has been hot with the bat through this series and facing a right-handed pitcher. Grundy's 1-2 delivery. Cromwick faked the go, and the pitch down low off the dirt, 2-2 as Frick blocked it. Walsh still up there. This game's first pitch was at 5:58. We're about 2.5 hours through this thing.
Yeah, it's 8:19. We're in the top of the 5th inning, not even halfway through.
Not officially. Cromwick at first, nobody down, top of the 5th. Walsh at the plate, awaiting the 2-2. Here it is. Fastball got him looking on the inner half. Walsh down on strikes for the first time today. It's the first strikeout for Cade Grundy. And here's Anthony McKenzie with now 1 away in the top of the 5th, and Josiah Cromwick still at first base. Well, a good heater by this Louisville Cardinal. One of his calling cards, and he's had a good fastball since he came in the 4th inning. Fastball, curveball, his primary weapons as Amack stands in, batting left-handed against the righty Grundy. First pitch, half swing, but a full strike, 0-1 the count. McKenzie hit .208 against right-handed pitching on the regular season as a switch hitter. The 0-1 pitch to him. Breaking ball and a snapper in there for a strike. 0-2 the count now on McKenzie. Anthony yet to have an official at bat today. He's had a good series, 2 for 6 with 4 walks in 2 games and 3 plate appearances today. Grundy winds the 0-2. Fastball all off the outer half at the knees, and it's 1-2. So the Braves with a new season series high, or at least in this postseason, I should say, in runs scored. 6 in game 1, 4 yesterday, and now 8 today. Alex Mooney on deck with McKenzie at the plate and Cromwick at first. The 1-2 swinging a ground ball left side, softly hit through the hole, past the diving Peck at shortstop, who had to go over to his right. It's a base hit for McKenzie, his third time on base today in as many trips. It pushes Cromwick to second and brings up Alex Mooney, the top of the Falmouth order, now up to the plate. And Alex represents the tying run here in the top of the 5th inning.
That sounds so crazy, doesn't it? After what happened in the bottom of the 4th inning. But it just, it also says, hey, you have the top of the order up. You have one of your best hitters at the plate this season using a different bat going up to the plate this time around.
Runners at first and second, one away. Top of the 5th, Alex Mooney at the plate. Cade Grundy, right-hander, deals. First pitch, swing and a miss. Breaking ball on the outer half. And Mooney expecting fastball, didn't get it. It's 0-1.
Wouldn't be surprised if Grundy went with the off-speed again.
Righty-righty matchup as Grundy gets the sign with his right arm dangling in front of him. Now upright. He winds and deals the 0-1. Outside, he does go with the off-speed Trey, but Alex Mooney did not bite. It's 1-1.
You see a pitch like that, and where the count is even at 1, panic pitchers will go with something that gives a hitter the hit. Mooney wants it. You got to have it here as the tying run.
1-1 delivery. Breaking ball down and away, and Mooney went fishing. It's strike 2. With 1 away, Cromwick at second, McKenzie at first, and the top of the Falmouth order now back up to the plate. Patrick Roach is on deck, who came into this game early on when Colby Halter was hit by a pitch back in the 1st inning. 1-2 the count on Mooney. Grundy winds and fires. Swing and a miss. Mooney goes down swinging. Second strikeout of the inning for Grundy, and a big one. It keeps runners at first and third, and Patrick Roach is your hitter.
And it's up to Roach to do his job again. He walked in the 3rd, sacrificed fly in the 4th. Now he come up in the 5th.
Number 13,
Simply, what do you have in you?
Patrick
You got one of your best hitters on deck in Jace Borfin. If Roach can get it done here, Jace comes up.
Roach at the plate, righty-righty matchup with Grundy. Runners at first and second, 2 down. First pitch to Roach, swing and a miss. A breaking ball on the outer half. That's the first pitch he threw to Mooney as well, and got another swing this time. 0-1 the count. Well, Grundy came on in the 4th, walked Borfin, induced a line out from Andrew Pinckney, but then gave up a 2 RBI single from Peyton Stovall. This inning he's given up 2 singles and is trying to work around them. He's 1 out away from getting out of it. 0-1 pitch. Curveball on the inner half, strike 2. With the sun fully set here at Doran Park in this elimination game 3 in the Western Division first round playoffs, the lights are on and they are blasting down full force on this diamond. The Doors are now feeling the pressure after that 6-run 4th. Cade Grundy's trying to use this environment to his advantage. 0-2 pitch. Swinging a ground ball to shortstop. Peck waits for it and goes the short way to second for out number 3. Hard hit off the bat of Roach, but it stayed on the ground. And a fielder's choice ends things in the top of the 5th. The Doors get 2 hits, no runs, no errors, and 2 men left. We go to the bottom of the 5th. Frick, Eblin, and Horvath, 9-1-2 for Bourne due up. You're listening to the Cape Cod Baseball League playoffs on the Falmouth Commodores Radio Network. Well, we're now on to the second half of this baseball game. A little over 2.5 hours in here at Doran Park in Game 3 of the first-round Western Division playoffs between the Falmouth Commodores and Bourne Braves. It's the Braves who retain an 8-5 advantage right now after that 6-run bottom of the fourth inning against 4 Falmouth pitchers. And the fourth of those, Caleb Corbett, is still on the mound for this fifth, dealing with Tomas Frick, Bryce Ebel, and Mac Horvath, 9-1-2 for Bourne. Corbett winds and deals. First pitch to Frick. It's low and inside and gets away from Cromwick. 1-0 the count. So we're now fully on to nighttime here at Doran Park. 8:27 Eastern is your official time at the moment. Righty matchup at the plate. Swinging a foul ball by Frick. Back of the plate. It's 1-1. No catch made by fans. You can hear from the groaning behind us. But for Frick, it's his third at bat of the day. He's so far 1 for 2, singled back in the second. Was one of 3 outs in that fourth inning, where Bourne batted around, scored 6 on 4 hits. 1-1 to Frick is a wave and a miss and a pitch down low. Down in the zone as well to the right-handed hitter. It's 1-2 with nobody down and the bases clear here in the bottom of the 5th inning. Bryce Ebelin stands on deck and Mac Horvath is in the hole. Corbett ready, goes into his wind in the 1-2. Swing and a miss by Frick. Fouled off apparently, or not, says home plate umpire Jim Fonseca. At first looked like Cromwick couldn't get a handle on it, but Frick is a strikeout victim
Bryce
to start the bottom of the 5th.
So that's now Corbett's second strikeout. And that's something that he's been using to his advantage, you know, finding the Ks. I mentioned in his last 5 appearances in the regular season, he did not give up an earned run. And even in that bottom of the 4th inning, none of those runs were against him.
First pitch to Bryce Ebelin is down low, skipped off the plate right in front of the dirt and caught a piece of Cromwick. It's 1-0. Ebelin today, 2 for 3. Singled back in the first and had an infield hit in the fourth that drove in a run. A lot of RBIs spread around that bottom of the 4th inning. Brito had 2, Slight had 1, Kuroda Grauer had another. 1-0 delivery from Corbett. Swinging a line drive into center field. Pinckney racing in, has to play it on a hop. A 1-out single for Ebelin. And give Bourne's third baseman a 3-for-4 day, not to mention a sparkling defensive play he made at third earlier in this game off the bat of Andrew Pinckney.
Right fielder number 21.
So as if to taunt the Falmouth
Mac
center fielder, he now
Horvath
dunks a single into center for another base hit.
And right in front of him, too. You know, Pinckney had to play that on one hop, had to scoop it ankle high out in center field, and now you bring up Mac Horvath, the guy who has himself a solo home run today. So we'll find out what Mac does here in a second. He's actually, is he looking at a play chart that he has in his pocket? I think that's what he was, yeah.
Ebelin at first base. Does steal some bases as Corbett throws over and Ebelin's back. Ebelin on the regular season, 9 for 11 on stolen base tries. He was picked off in this game, though, trying to run for second in the first inning. Horvath at the plate, 1 for 1 today with a long home run to left field and 2 hit by pitches. Corbett throws over again, and Ebelin is back again. Righty-righty matchup with Horvath at the plate, who hit .250 on the regular season, and we've talked an awful lot about his power numbers. 6 home runs on the regular year. First pitch to him from Corbett, fastball about waist high, didn't catch the zone. It's 1-0. Cromwick motioning out to Corbett to get the ball down just a little bit more, and you saw Caleb kind of lower his hand about chest high in agreement. With Horvath at the plate, motioning the bat back and forth between his legs, and now gets it up above the rear shoulder. 1-0 pitch, breaking ball swing and a miss. And Horvath just trying to hit that baby all the way across the Bourne Bridge. Mighty hack, but he came up empty. It's 1-1. One away, Ebelin at first here at Doran Park in Game 3 in this deciding matchup in the first-round Western Division Series. Corbett stretched, 1-1 pitch, didn't catch the outside corner. 2-1 the count. The Braves with 8 runs on 9 hits. The Doors with 5 runs on 7 hits and 1 very big error. It was Alex Mooney's E6 that began the 4th off the bat of Nelson Taylor. 2-1 delivery, spiked in front of the plate, 3-1.
And Corbett's been spiking a lot of pitches. And now he's talking things over with Cromwick on the mound, bringing him up from home plate, just figuring out what he's got to do. I mean, he's shortening his stance when he's throwing those pitches off the mound, and it keeps bouncing in front of Cromwick, who can only do so much. I mean, catchers don't block everything. They don't pick everything off the dirt. And Corbett's got to help out his battery mate here and give Horvath something to hit. You're one double play away from getting out of this bottom half with a goose egg in the bottom of the 5th inning. Take advantage.
3-1 pitch on the way to Horvath. Up high and in, ball 4. Eblin moves on to second. It's another walk from Caleb Corbett, his 3rd already, and this is second inning of work.
28 out of Rutgers,
and it puts Braves at 1st and 2nd with 1 out here in the bottom of the 5th. Well, if he thought that Bourne was done after sending 11 hitters to the plate in the bottom of the 4th inning, well, you thought incorrectly. They have a single and a walk here in the 5th and look red hot at the plate. Chris Brito is now the batter. Righty-righty matchup with this number 3 hitter today. First pitch to Brito is down low and in, blocked by Cromwick. It's 1-0. Eblin at second, Horvath at first. The Braves, at least in this last inning and 1 out, really teeing off against the Commodore bullpen. Corbett goes into his wind. And the 1-0 pitch on the way to Brito. Check swing, called strike on the outer half, 1-1. Brito on the season, perhaps a bit unheralded because he plays alongside MVP Matt Shaw. But Brito hit .286, led the league in doubles, and walked almost 30 times. 1-1, down in the dirt, 2-1. Corbett really struggling with his location in this game.
He's missing low. It's mainly been low. I mean, we've seen a couple of pitches where they sail high and in a little bit, but mainly it's Corbett spiking his pitches in the dirt, making life hard for Cromwick, the catcher.
The wind and the 2-1, up high, 3-1, and it's been north and south control, Trey, as you said, that has been the problem for Corbett since he came in with 1 out in the bottom of the 4th.
And who was going to throw for Falmouth? I mean, Corbett's its 4th pitcher tonight. I mean, who else can you go to if you're Mike Landry in the bullpen? It's really Corbett's game to get out of right now.
The wind and the 3-1. Fire to the plate, swing and a pop-up right side. A real cloud scraper. Walsh over into foul ground. Beyond the first base bag, makes the catch, securing it for out number 2 here in the bottom of the 5th inning. Well, that's a pretty dangerous hitter that Corbett just dispatched on a harmless pop-up. But the job not quite done, because here comes Evan Slight, the left fielder and cleanup hitter today for Bourne, with the Braves up 8-5 here in the bottom of the 5th inning.
And what is a favorable matchup, too. Righty on lefty, pitcher to batter. Got to go from one Rutgers Scarlet Knight to another, from Brito to Slight. Corbett's got to win it. It's really simple as that. You're 1 out away from getting out of this jam.
First pitch to Slight, fastball fouled straight back, 0-1. Slight is yet to be retired today. 2 walks and an infield single back in the 4th that plated a run. All 4 of the hits that Bourne had in that inning, like we said, in the 4th inning, touched the infield grass.
Yeah, literally, I've been told ball's been hit hard. It wasn't hit hard in that bottom half, and they're so right.
3 balls that took high hops off the infield dirt and 1 ground ball single. 0-1 to Slight. Called strike, it's 0-2. Well, Falmouth got its ground balls in the 4th. Couldn't quite get the luck to go along with it. But Corbett's trying to make his own luck here. Head in the count, 0-2 on Slight, with runners at 1st and 2nd and 2 gone here in the bottom of the 5th. The Braves lead at 8-5 right now in game 3. 0-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Breaking ball got Slight tied up. And it's an inning-ending punch-out for Caleb Corbett. The Braves get a hit. No errors, no runs in strand 2. We hit on to the top of the 6th inning with Borfin, Pinckney, and Stovall, the heart of the Falmouth order, due up with the Doors trailing 3-3 here in Game 3. You're listening to the Cape Cod Baseball League playoffs on the Falmouth Commodores Radio Network. Well, we're on to the top of the 6th inning here at Doran Park in Game 3 of the first round of Western Division playoff series between the Falmouth Commodores and Bourne Braves. It's the Braves who own an 8-5 lead right now, but the Doors are coming up to hit with their heart of the order due up. Jace Borfin, Andrew Pinckney, and Peyton Stovall against right-hander Cade Grundy, who's on for his 3rd inning of relief. Borfin standing in, lefty bat. First pitch to him is a swing and a foul back. It's 0-1. But Trey, as we briefly discussed between the breaks, Grundy's trying to get through this inning and probably trying to give the Braves just a little bit more so that they can bring in flame-throwing right-hander Nigel Belgrave. 0-1's up high, 1-1.
I think you could not have said that better. There's no activity right now in that Bourne bullpen. But if this result holds the way it is, and as the game rolls along, we will be seeing Belgrave. I think that's a lock.
1-1 to Borfin. Breaking ball again up high for Grundy. It's 2-1. Well, Nigel Belgrave, one of 2 closing pitchers that Bourne has had this summer. Ty Cummings, the other, has already appeared in this game. He came in very early in the 3rd inning and pitched an inning, gave up a hit and a run. So Belgrave, the best arm left in that bullpen, at least statistically, for Bourne. 2-1 delivery to Borfin. Breaking ball up high, swing and a miss. And you saw the dirt on that bat come off it in a cloud of dust as Borfin put in a vicious cut and came up empty. Grundy so far has allowed 3 hits and given up a walk, but no runs to his credit so far. 2-2, swinging a high drive to right center field. Very high as Taylor now comes in on the ball from center field and makes the catch. A routine play for out number 1 here in the top of the 6th.
Borfin just missing that one.
24
he turns on it a little bit more. It's yanked down the line and has more power on it. But now you got to look at Andrew Pinckney and say, hey, we need something here. Do whatever you can not to get robbed, please, like the last time you came up.
Well, Andrew Pinckney is 0 for 3 today, but without a fine defensive play at third base by Bryce Eblin, a real Sports Center highlight play, he'd be 1 for 3 as he drives this one to deep center field. Taylor going back on his horse at the wall, makes a hop and the catch for out number 2 here in the top of the 6th. Well, not a robbery this time.
Number 10,
just solid, sound defensive play in center field on a hard hit line drive from Andrew Pinckney.
That's just how it's been going. You know, you lose the momentum in the bottom of the 4th inning. That could be the lead to it. You know, that's just tough.
Pinckney now 0 for 4 on the night. Here's Peyton Stovall. First pitch to him is outside and high for ball 1 with 2 away. And the base is empty here in the top of the 6th inning at Doran Park. The lights are on and blaring down here in Game 3 of the Western Division first round playoffs. 1-0 to Stovall is outside, 2-0. Well, the Braves took Game 1. The Doors took Game 2. And right now, Bourne is up in Game 3 by 3 runs. Grundy winds and deals the 2-0. Fastball right down the pipe, 2-1. Stovall's had a nice series. 2 for 2 today with a hit by pitch. He's now 4 for 8 across the 3 games with a double. 3 driven in today as well as he looks at the 2-1 in for a strike, 2-2. Well, these Arkansas hitters really sparked the Doors back in July, and they're trying to stave off elimination here in Game 3. Stovall at the plate, the 2-2, swing and a miss. And Stovall goes down swinging to end the top of the 6th. The Doors, with the momentum wrenched away in that 4th inning, still have not quite recovered. They go down 1-2-3 in the 6th. No runs, no hits, no errors, and no men left. We're going to the bottom of the 6th inning. Shaw, Kuroda, Grauer, and Taylor. 5, 6, and 7 for Bourne due up when we return. You're listening to the Cape Cod Baseball League playoffs on the Falmouth Commodores Radio Network. We're headed to the bottom of the 6th here at Doran Park, with the Falmouth Commodores trailing the Bourne Braves 8-5 here in Game 3 of the CCBL Western Division First Round Series. Matt Shaw, Josh Kuroda-Grauer, and Nelson Taylor, 5, 6, and 7 for Bourne, due up in this inning against Caleb Corbett, who's on for his 3rd inning of relief work. Came on in the 4th, got through the 5th, and stranded 2, and now he deals here in the 6th. First pitch to Shaw, fastball swinging a pop-up, a mile high over the netting. Instead, it stays in play, blowing back into the Falmouth dugout. Racing over was Cromwick from behind the plate, who could not make a play.
And you got to give credit to these guys for still fighting and doing what they can. You know, I mean, it's unfortunate that he dropped that baseball, but the fact that you're still going after it after a depleting bottom half, that says something. You know, you still want to win. You still got time in this game. I mean, you have 9 outs, and time is running out, but you got to do whatever you can. I mean, Matt Shaw's a tough out. Corbett needs 2 more strikes.
The wide and the 0-1 to Shaw. Breaking ball, caught the top of the zone, 0-2. That's how things have been going for Shaw, who's 0 for 1 today with a walk and a sacrifice fly, but still 0 for 9 in the series. He has yet to have a hit. 0-2 now the count, nobody out, bases empty, bottom of the 6th as Corbett winds and deals. Breaking ball, swing and a foul practically off the plate. Shaw took that ball and got a piece of it and stays 0-2. Really lunged at a good 0-2 pitch from Corbett down in the zone. The count stays 0-2. On this year's Cape League MVP, Matt Shaw of the .360 average during the regular year. 0-2 from Corbett, check swing up high, and Shaw held up, no appeal, it's 1-2. So as you said, Trey, things are getting late for the Commodores. They have just 9 more outs to play with, and you'd imagine that hard-throwing right-handed reliever Nigel Belgrave is going to get loose in that pen sometime soon.
100%.
1-2 from Corbett. Breaking ball, swing, and a fly ball to left field. Borfin underneath it a few steps to his left, makes the catch, outstretching that left arm. And there's out number 1 here in the bottom of the 6th inning. Shaw now 0 for 2 today, 0 for 10 in the series.
That was huge. That was huge. That's what Corbett brings to the table. You know, he attacks. He bears down. He knows when he has to get outs, and he got a big one right there. But Kuroda-Grauer is also a tough one. These are 2 freshmen from the Big Ten that had great impacts, Shaw and Kuroda-Grauer.
Righty-righty matchup. First pitch from Corbett is a swing and a foul tip into the glove of Cromwick. It's 0-1. Kuroda-Grauer today 0 for 2 with a walk, now 4 for 9 in the series, but with 4 driven in over these 3 games. He stands in the righty box. The 0-1 pitch to him is outside, 1-1. Well, as he said, Trey, these Braves have not gone away. They were down 5-2 at one point in this game, now leading 8-5 in the bottom of the 6th with 1 out and the bases empty. And you see what they can do even without Matt Shaw's contributions. 1-1 is smoked to left field. Borfin going back and makes the catch, turning around. Facing the plate with his front half to make the catch. But that a line drive seared off the bat of JKG for the 2nd out here in the bottom of the 6th.
And that's the case in point right there of telling you that the line drives, the hard hit balls that Bourne has had, has gone to people on defense. You know, and the soft ones is what is killing the Commodores right now. 2 infield singles, a bouncing double to the right side over the glove. It's tough.
First pitch to Nelson Taylor, in for a strike from Corbett. It's 0-1. So Corbett, at least so far, has been getting stronger since he's been working. Came on in that messy 4th, worked a clean 5th, and has so far sat down the first 2 here in the 6th. The 0-1, breaking ball off the outer half, 1-1. And Trey, just to that point, we talk about the effort level by the Braves and the Doors today. This has been an excellent game. I think you see a clear difference between what these 2 teams have put on today, effort and engagement-wise, compared to what Katuitt did over at Lowell Park today. 1-1, check swing down and in. They appeal to third base, and Mark Delaney says no. Third base umpire says Taylor held up. It's 2-1.
And that point you're referring to, Carter, the Cavaliers fell to the Harbor Hawks 15-5 today. So Hyannis will play the winner of this game tomorrow in Game 1.
2-1 pitch to Taylor. Called strike, a breaking ball from Corbett. 2 outs, bases empty, bottom of the 6th. Corbett staring down left-handed hitting center fielder Nelson Taylor, who's 0 for 3 today. 2 strikeouts and reached on an error back in the 4th inning that opened that entire inning up. Righty-lefty matchup as Caleb peers in, puts the glove on the hip, now winds and deals. Swinging a foul back, it's 2-2. And that finale for the Cotuit Kettleers, an appropriately sour ending for what was a frenetic team this summer. All kinds of roster moves in a game that apparently had to have police presence by the end of it because the 2 teams nearly fought.
Oh my God.
So not only did Cotuit lose by 10, but they embarrassed themselves while going down. Swing and a miss by Taylor for strike 3 and out number 3 here in the bottom of the 6th inning. Corbett sits him down 1-2-3, no runs, no hits, no errors, and no men left. We head on to the top of the 7th. The Doors have work to do, down 3. Brutcher, Cromlick, and Walsh, 6, 7, and 8 for the Doors due up. Trey Redfield will take you the rest of the way on play-by-play. You're listening to the Cape Cod Baseball League playoffs on the Falmouth Commodores Radio Network.
Doors up by just 2. 0-2 the count on Bovee. He deals. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Doors win. They're back like they never left. The Commodores into the postseason for the first time since 2019.
Here's the 2-1 pitch. High drive into right center field. Pinckney lays out, and did he make the catch? He did! The ball game is over. Andrew Pinckney extending to his left, and the Commodores survive.
This one is a swing and a high drive to right center field. Going back, it is out of here! Anthony McKenzie gives the Commodores the lead in spectacular fashion.
T-Mobile is proud to sponsor the Cape Cod Baseball League. T-Mobile is committed to serve those who serve, and that's why they go above and beyond for our active duty military, veterans, and first responders. Visit your neighborhood T-Mobile store or T-Mobile.com to learn more.
The Commodores have 9 outs to play with. We're in the top of the 7th inning here at Doran Park in Game 3 of the first round of the CCBL playoffs, and the Commodores are trailing the Braves by a score of 8-5. With Carter Bainbridge, I'm Trey Redfield. It's Drew Brutcher coming up into the left-handed batter's box for the Doors, and for the Bravos, it's still Cade Grundy, who's been dominant so far, has not given up an earned run. First pitch to Brutcher, low and away, ball 1 with the curveball. It's a righty-on-lefty matchup. Grundy working from the windup. Quickly with the 1-0. Fastball on the outer half. Strike 1, called by Jim Fonseca, home plate umpire. The count is even. Brutcher is 1 for 2 today with a single, grounding out to second on a fielder's choice. 1-1 pitch. Same spot with a fastball. Strike 2 on the outer half.
Big difference between Grundy and the bullpen guys that the Doors have used today is strike 1. Grundy's been throwing it, and the 3 guys who the Doors brought in did not.
Brutcher fouls off the 1-2 on the screen behind home plate. Will do it again. Brutcher this postseason came into tonight 3 for 8 with 3 RBIs. He went 1 for 4 last night with a couple of runs driven in, along with a pair of runs scored. Balls are exchanged with Fonseca and the man on the mound, Grundy. 8-5 your score. Falmouth trailing Bourne with no one gone in the top of the 7th. 1-2 the count on Brutcher. Grundy kicks and fires. Outside and a little high as well. Brutcher thought about it but did the right thing to hold up. It's 2-2. Brutcher quickly in the left-handed batter's box. Puts the bat on his back shoulder. 2-2 pitch. Fastball cut on and miss. Strike 3. Drew goes down swinging for the first time tonight. And it now brings up Josiah Cromwick, who last time up led things off with a single in the top of the 5th inning.
Oregon, Josiah Cromwick.
Well, the Doors touched up Cade Grundy pretty good the first time they saw him. Season high for runs on 5 hits in that start he made against the Doors here at Doran Park. But if Grundy keeps pitching the way he's been going so far, he'll have the last laugh.
First pitch to Cromwick, swinging a high fly ball towards left field. Going back is the left fielder Slight. He's at the track, he's at the wall, and it is foul. It was over the fence. It was good enough to go more than 330 feet down the left field line, but it sailed just to the left. That would have been Cromwick's first home run the entire season. He did not have a home run in the regular season.
We've had some wind gust into our faces, but occasionally we've had it come from our backs, and it's actually doing that right now. I believe it was doing the same thing when Horvath hit not only that titanic foul ball earlier in this game, but also his home run.
The 0-1 to Cromwick. Curve ball in the inner half, strike two.
Josiah got a boost there on the ball he hit, just couldn't quite straighten it out. But the Doors don't have to get all three right back immediately. They can do with just one or two here in this inning and chip away.
The 0-2 from Grundy. Swinging a ground ball to the left side at shortstop, fielded cleanly by Peak, ankle high, throws the first, he got him. 2 away here in the top of the 7th. Jacob Walsh coming up to the plate.
That's the 7th straight batter retired by Cade
First
Grundy.
baseman, number 33 out of Oregon, Jacob
Ever since McKenzie's one-out single back in the 5th, Grundy's been sitting down the Doors with ease.
McKenzie's now on deck. Jacob Walsh into left-handed batter's box. 2 away here in the top of the 7th. No one on. Falmouth trailing Bourne by 3. Righty on lefty duel. First pitch from Grundy, swinging a foul back behind home plate. 0-1. Walsh went down looking on a 2-2 count last time he was up. Before that, there's a line out to Matt Shaw in the bottom of the 3rd inning, top of the 3rd. But before that, Walsh had himself an RBI single to tie things up at 1. Oh, how things have changed. 0-1 pitch. Fastball misses low and in. Count is even. Bourne put up 1 in the bottom of the 1st. Falmouth answered with 2 of its own, 1 in the top of the 2nd, another in the top of the 3rd. Bourne answered back with 1 of its own in the bottom of the 3rd. The Doors grabbed 3 in the top of the 4th, and the Braves had 6 in that bottom half. Walsh goes after the 1-1, a swing and a tip into the glove of Frick. It's now 1-2. Walsh going after a nasty curveball offered by Grundy. Just dropped into the zone.
Well, in the regular season, Jacob Walsh hit .292 against these Braves with 2 of his 5 season-long home runs. Both of them came here at Doran Park. He likes hitting here, and what the Doors would do for another Walsh blast.
1-2 pitch, swinging a bouncer behind Walsh, picked up by Frick, but it's out of play. So we'll do the 1-2 again. So foul ball, fended off by Walsh. He lives to see another day. Jacob appeared in 40 games in this regular season for the Commodores, being the main guy at first base for Falmouth. Just a couple of games at DH, but other than that, he was the one playing first base day in and day out. 1-2 pitch. Fastball misses at the knees. Frick got up and went to the dugout, but he stopped. In frustration, he pounces the ball on his right thigh, and the Bourne dugout is livid. And you know who's leading that argument in Scott Landers. Now he's stepping out of the dugout. Steps back in. He's at the top of the step, though. But the count is even at 2 on Walsh with 2 gone in the top of the 7th.
Jim Fonseca said some things to Frick after he got back behind the plate. Wasn't a fan of that showing.
2-2 pitch. He got him on strikes. Walsh not liking this one this time around. That may have been a makeup call for Bourne. But either way, it is time to stretch. Going into the bottom of the 7th inning, the Commodores trail the Braves by a score of 8-5 in Game 3 of the first round of the CCBL playoffs. Peck, Frick, and Eblin are due up when we come back. You're listening to the CCBL playoffs on the Commodores Radio Network.
sit up, hey, you sit up, hey, you sit up, hey, you sit up, hey, you.
We have stretched, and we are ready to go for the bottom of the 7th inning here at Doran Park. The Commodores trailing the Braves by a score of 8-5 in Game 3 of the first round of the CCBL playoffs. And it's Caleb Corbett that's still on the mound. He came in midway through the bottom of the 4th inning and is grooving into the 7th. He is not allowed an earned run. It's a righty-on-righty matchup taking on John Peck. First pitch to him, strike one at the knees, and a little bit inside as well. It's 0-1 on the Pepperdine Wave, who had 7 home runs this season in California. Corbett working from the stretch. Creeps to get his sign from his battery mate Cromwell. He's got it. Comes set with a glove belt high. Winds and fires. Fastball again. Strike 2 this time. This one outside a little bit, but still crossing home plate.
The Doors are betting in this inning that Corbett has kind of worked out the control issues that were plaguing him when he first got into this game. Worked a 1-2-3 inning in the 6th.
The 0-2 from Caleb. Swinging a fly ball to the right side, foul and out of play. We'll do the 0-2 again. Peck today has himself a single. He's 1 for 3. That single came in the monstrous bottom of the 4th inning for Bourne, scoring 6 runs. The Braves have never looked back since, up 8-5. The 0-2 from Corbett. Low and away. Corbett going with the curveball that misses. It's now 1-2.
And this is the Caleb Corbett that we've seen through the final stretch of the season. Ended the regular year, 5 consecutive appearances without giving up an earned run. He has not given up a run of any kind today.
The 1-2 pitch. Curveball swinging a fly ball to center field. Pinckney has a beat. Tailing more to his right, has to move a little bit to his left, and now he makes the catch, having to shade a little bit to his left side, going shoulder high to make the grab. There's one gone here in the bottom of the 7th inning. Falmouth trailing Bourne by a score of 8-5. So now it brings up Tomas Frick, who has not had a hit since the bottom of the 2nd inning. That was a single. And after that, Bryce Evelyn, the man on deck, went down looking. Frick is 1 for 3 today. Righty on righty, dual pitcher to batter. Corbett's first offering. Fastball at the knees, strike 1. It's 0-1 on the UNC Tar Heel. Frick in Game 1 had a 3-run home run in what was a 6-5 win for Bourne. In Game 2, Falmouth took it 11-4 at the Gov, but now it trails Bourne 8-5 in Game 3. Corbett's 0-1 misses outside, a slider to make the count even.
The way Corbett has pitched today almost makes you wonder what would be going on in this game right now if he was the first one out of the pen in the 4th inning instead of Garrett Coe and Leo Giannone.
1-1 from Corbett, curveball right down Broadway, strike 2.
Now, Corbett's been far from flawless today. He's had 3 walks so far, but Coe and Giannone combined for a third of an inning, 4 hits, 5 earned runs in that blow-up 4th when Bourne scored 6.
A run has not been scored since that bottom half. 1-2 from Corbett, swinging a foul back off the top of the screen, messing with our crowd mic a little bit right in front of us. So we'll do the 1-2 yet again. Frick did not play yesterday. It was Alan Espinal who got the start at catcher. But Frick back in a spot that he was at in Game 1. Corbett with the 1-2. Curveball misses a little low. It was at the knees. Cromwell held it there for a second, but home plate umpire Jim Fonseca says ball 2, and the count is even.
I think a tough call, but a fair one. I think framing only gets you so far. You can't give that low in the zone.
No one on, one gone, bottom 7. Corbett deals the 2-2, swinging a bouncer left side foul. McKenzie moved to his right, but it was too far foul. It bounced off the edge of the dirt on the infield on that left side. So the 2-2 will come again from Corbett. 8 runs, 9 hits, no errors for Bourne. 5 runs, 7 hits, 1 error for Falmouth. The Commodore infield playing straight up. The outfield back near the fence at that warning track. Corbett winds and fires. In the dirt, scooped up by Cromwell. The count is full. This is what we saw earlier from Caleb previously in these bottom halves where he was spiking balls in the dirt. This is something he's got to avoid knowing the count is full.
It was north and south control that was giving Caleb problems through his first 2 innings. Walked 2 in the 4th, 1 in the 5th, but has gotten it under control the last 5 batters or so.
Payoff pitch from Corbett. Swinging a chopper over to McKenzie at third base. Picks it up head high, rifles it over to first. He retires Frick by a step. Great throw by Anthony McKenzie, who has become mainly the third baseman for this Commodores team ever since Halter made the move from second base. There's 2 gone here in the bottom of the 7th inning. Falmouth trailing Bourne by 3 in Game 3 of the first round of the CCBL playoffs. And now brings up Bryce Eblin, who has had a great day at the plate. 3 for 4 with 3 singles. Had one in the 1st, another in the 4th, and the other came in the 5th.
Corbett's got to find a way to get him out because you don't want to face the guys who come up after him.
Matt Horvath is on deck. He has a solo home run today. First pitch, curveball right down the middle, strike 1.
2 more of those will do the trick. Real spinner out of the hand of Corbett. He's gotten more and more feel for this breaking stuff as his outing has gone along today.
Corbett has retired the last 7 batters. The 0-1 to the lefty, Eblin, too low. Corbett going with another curveball, but Cromwell had to glove it in the dirt. The count is even at 1 on the Alabama third baseman, who made a spectacular play, robbing his teammate in college, Andrew Pinckney. That came when Pink was up in the top of the 4th inning. Corbett comes set, fires to the lefty. Swinging a line drive foul off the screen, and catching it is Jared Saltalamacchia, one of the assistant coaches for the Braves over in the third base dugout. So yes, he still has it in him. Was a World Series champion catcher for the Boston Red Sox in 2013. Team that won it for the city. Boston was healing after the Boston Marathon bombings earlier in 2013. 1-2 pitch misses low. The count is even at 2. Whoever wins this game moves on to the Western Division Finals and will play Hyannis, who crushed Katuitt at Lowell Park today, 15-5. The Commodores working with a deficit, but not as big as 10, trailing by 3 to the Braves with 2 gone in the bottom of the 7th. 2-2 from Corbett, cut on and miss, strike 3. Caleb with another K. He's now up to 3 on the evening. Check that, 4. Corbett pointing to his battery mate Cromwell saying, hey, good stuff, and telling him to keep it going into the top of the 8th because the Commodores are running out of time. 6 outs to give, and Falmouth trails Bourne by a score of 8-5. McKenzie, Mooney, and Roach due up when we come back. Don't go anywhere. You're listening to the Cape Cod Baseball League playoffs on the Commodores Radio Network. The Commodores are trailing by 3. The score 8-5. We are into the top of the 8th inning here at Doran Park. It's Game 3 of the first round of the Western Division playoffs, and if Falmouth wins tonight, it will move on to the Western Division Finals to take on Hyannis. With Carter Bainbridge, I'm Trey Redfield. It's Anthony McKenzie, the switch hitter out of Oklahoma, who will step into the left-handed batter's box, to take on the righty pitcher Cade Grundy, who's through 3 2/3 of an inning. Carter, what does AMAC have to do here quickly to get it going somehow in some way?
He's got to keep his discipline and just try his best to catch up to this fastball, because that's been working for Grundy today.
Righty on lefty matchup. Speaking of fastball, Grundy just went with it. Strike one on the outer half. McKenzie has himself a single. He's 1 for 1 with a couple of 4-pitch walks. The 0-1. Too low. McKenzie thought about it, but put his bat back on his back shoulder, which is his left, knowing he's in the left-handed batter's box. The count is even at 1. Alex Mooney is on deck, the leadoff man, who is 1 for 4 today. 1-1 comes in, misses low and away. Another fastball offered by Grundy. It's now 2-1 on McKenzie. Anthony this season, in the regular season that is, was hitting .241 for the Doors in 30 games played. 2-1 pitch, swinging a high drive, deep to center field. Nelson Taylor all the way to the track, at the wall, it's gone! Anthony McKenzie puts the Commodores back in this one. Nobody on, no one gone, and the Commodores trail the Braves by a score of 8-6. A McKenzie mash here at Doran Park.
Let's go, baby! Let's go, never give up!
And we know McKenzie's been swinging the bat very well as of late. 400 over his last 10 games, including the first 2 in this series, but an unusual source of power.
Mooney.
It's only the second home run of the entire summer, regular and postseason for McKenzie. His first since his 5th game of the season. All the way back on June 18th, he hit one at Wareham. No long balls since, but a huge one here to cut the deficit to 2.
A discussion with the Commodore dugout. Home plate umpire Jim Fonseca telling the guys to stay in the dugout. And it's now Alex Mooney. His squad now trails by 2. First pitch to Alex, swinging a fly ball to right field. This one's going to stay in the park. Horvath has a beat, moving a couple of steps to his left, and makes the grab shoulder high for the first out. So 1 away here in this top half of the 8th inning. The Commodores trailing the Braves by a score of 8-6 in Game 3, an elimination game in the first round of the CCBL playoffs.
Roach.
And it now brings up Patrick Roach. He came in for Colby Halter in the 3rd inning. Colby got hit by a pitch on the right hand when he was in the left-handed batter's box. Roach is 0 for 1 with a fielder's choice. First pitch, curveball in the outer half, strike 1. What a paint job from Grundy, who's now through 4 innings of work. He has dominated the Commodores ever since he came in for Ty Cummings. He has not given up an earned run in his 4 innings of work. 0-1 the Roach, swinging a ground ball left side foul, bouncing off the top of the brick to the right of the Bourne dugout over at third base. So quickly, it's 0-2. Roach came from the Winnipesaukee Muskrats in the NECBL, where he hit 5 home runs in New Hampshire. Righty on righty duel, 0-2 the count. Grundy from the windup, kicks and fires. Fastball swung on and popped up to right field. This one is in some trouble. Shaw calls everyone off, moving hard to his left. He makes the grab all the way from his spot at second base. Shaw's an athlete, and he's the MVP for a reason, not only because of his offensive glove, but because of defensive abilities like that one. Shaw gets it done day in and day out.
Left fielder number 9
And
out
when
of
he has to,
Arkansas,
he'll take
Jace,
charge on a
4th inning.
pop-up like that down the right field line that the wind played with a little bit. Off the bat of Roach, who has given the Doors a lot of versatility. But now, Falmouth needs to play with what outs it only has left.
First pitch to Jace Borfin, swing and a miss, strike 1. 2 gone, nobody on here in this top of the 8th inning. The Commodores trail the Braves by a score of 8-6. Jace Borfin at the plate, righty on lefty duel, infield playing straight up. 0-1 pitch, another curveball. This one misses high for ball 1. The count is even.
There's a huge difference between being down 3 and being down 2, because all the Doors need is a base runner, and everybody who comes up is going to be the tying run.
The 1-1 to Jace. Fastball too low. Frick keeps it in front of him. It's 2-1. Borfin today lined out into a double play in the 1st inning. Got hit by a pitch in the 3rd. walked in the 4th, and flew out to center in the 6th. The 2-1. Fastball missing outside. It's 3-1.
And you know what's interesting to me? We've talked a lot about Nigel Belgrave tonight, the right-hander for Bourne. There's someone warming up in the pen, but it's not Belgrave. From our vantage point, it looks like right-hander Nolan Sparks.
Andrew Pinckney's on deck. 3-1 the count with 2 gone. Here's the pitch. Swinging a line drive, right center field. Deck gets down for a base hit. Going all the way to the wall. Taylor backhands it off the fence. Taylor is in the second, standing up. If you thought about turning this game off, you better keep it on, because the Commodores always make it interesting. A stand-up double for Jace Borpin, his first hit tonight, and it now brings up the tying run at the plate in Andrew Pinckney.
I apologize for that.
Well, after Borfin's fly out in the 6th inning, he was 1 for 11 on the series. That 2 RBI double yesterday, his only hit. But another 2-bagger today now has the tying run at the plate in the form of Andrew Pinckney. And one good swing here from Andrew could at least cut this deficit to 1 run.
And that's it for Scott Landers. Not Scott Landers, Cade Grundy, excuse me. Landers has been doing a great job with this team, first-year manager for the Braves, but it's Grundy whose evening is done. And man, was he awesome. Went 4 1/3 innings pitch, and we're going to tell you who he paves way to when we come back. Borpin's on second. He's the only man on. 8-6 your score. Falmouth trailing Bourne. And it's Andrew Pinckney coming up, serving as the tying run. Don't change that dial. Don't go anywhere. You're listening to the CCBL playoffs on the Commodores Radio Network.
Out of Alabama, Andrew Pinckney.
It's crunch time here at Doran Park. The Commodores trailing the Braves by a score of 8-6 in Game 3, the elimination game in the first round of the Western Division playoffs. Jace Borpin's on second base. Andrew Pinckney will step into the right-handed batter's box, serving as the tying run. But Cade Grundy is done after 4 1/3 innings pitch, giving up 5 hits and striking out 5. He paves way to Nolan Sparks.
And Grundy was excellent today. He gave the Braves what they desperately needed. 4 1/3 innings of relief, 5 hits, 2 runs, both earned so far. 1 walk, 5 strikeouts, but Jace Borfin on second base would be charged to him if Nolan Sparks can't keep the Doors at bay.
Sparks comes out of the University of Rochester, where he mainly started. 11 starts and 12 appearances, going 6-2. Righty on righty duel. First pitch to Pinckney. Slider misses inside, ball 1. Pinckney still looking for his first hit. He's 0 for 4 with a couple of strikeouts, a line out to third, and a fly out to center field. Borpin leads off second. Shaw at second base, cheating towards that bag, acting like he's going to try and pick off Borpin. 1-0 the count on Pinckney. Sparks from the stretch, kicks and fires. Outside, ball 2. everyone at the edge of their lawn chairs here at Doran Park. Where else would you rather be? Falmouth trailing Bourne by 2. Pinckney's the tying run ahead 2-0 at the count with 2 gone here in the top of the 8th inning. Sparks steps off the mound. Falmouth crowd behind us getting a little bit more into it as this AB goes along. Pinckney had 4 home runs in the regular season. If he does it here, we're tied at 8. The 2-0 from Sparks. Swinging a ground ball, left side foul. It's now 2-1 on Pink.
And what Sparks may have in stuff or experience, he lacks in time spent on the mound here in Bourne. Only 1 appearance on the regular season. He pitched an inning of scoreless relief in the 9th inning of a 9-0 game. Far different type of pressure situation here in Game 3.
Worfman leads off second. He got himself a stand-up double on a 3-1 count before Pinckney stepped up to the plate. Peyton Stovall's on deck. Sparks has his sign from frickin' deals. Swing and a miss, strike 2. The count is even.
And Sparks could very well throw another strike and get out of this inning, but I do think this is a curious choice of arm out of the bullpen. If Nigel Belgrave is available, I'm surprised that he's not in right now facing Andrew Pinckney.
He's about to get warmed up in the bullpen, so Pinckney's got to go. He's choked up on the bat in the right-handed batter's box. Sparks gets his sign, holds the glove head high from the stretch, and deals. Too high, the count is full. Pinckney didn't even have an eye on that baseball. He knew that ball was going to sail high.
And who else but Peyton Stovall on deck. 2 for 3 today with 3 driven in already.
If Stovall comes up, he has an opportunity to drive in a couple of his SEC colleagues. Pinckney, the Alabama product, in the right-handed batter's box, requests time and gets it from home plate umpire Jim Fonseca. Sparks was taking a little too long to get his sign from Tomas Frick, the catcher. So Pinckney resets, steps out of the box, takes a deep breath, takes a half swing, and steps back in it. Winds, bat on his back shoulder. 3-2 to count, 2 gone, Borfman on second. Sparks steals, swing and a miss, strike 3. Just when you thought that the Commodores would grab another hit, they don't. Pinckney goes down swinging. It's the 3rd time he struck out tonight. We go to the bottom of the 8th inning, even though Falmouth did grab a run, a home run from Anthony McKenzie, but it still trails by 2 to Bourne. Your score, Braves 8, Commodores 6. We go to the bottom of the 8th inning with Horvath, Brito, and Slight due up. You're listening to the Cape Cod Baseball League on the Commodores Radio Network. Bottom of the 8th inning here at Doran Park. The Commodores trailing the Braves by a score of 8-6 in Game 3 of the first round of the Western Division playoffs. With Carter Bainbridge, I'm Trey Redfield. Carter, it's a new pitcher, A.J. Causey, who struck out 58 batters with Jacksonville State this season. Well, he's going up against the heart of the Bourne order in Horvath, Brito, and Slight.
Causey is not a true submarine pitcher, but he does come from an underhand arm angle at about 4 o'clock on the clock face if you were looking from behind him on the mound. Causey pitched in 4 games on the regular season and pitched an inning flat each time. Gave up only 3 hits, struck out 5, and no runs of any kind across those 4 appearances. He's got a fastball with some sink and a sweeping slow slider that hitters have had a very hard time dealing with, and you hope that they still do here with 3 pretty good ones due up in this 8th inning.
It's 2-3-4 due up in the Bourne order, and it starts with Horvath. Righty-on-righty matchup. Causey with his sidearm delivery fires the first pitch, missing inside for ball 1. Couple of Mac cheers for the UNC Tar Heel. 1-0. Swinging a foul off the foot of the UNC Tar Heel, like I just said, but we'll roll with it. 1-1 the count on Horvath, the guy who had a solo home run in the bottom of the 3rd inning, a pitch that was high and inside, and all Will Johnson could do, the starting pitcher for Falmouth, was just laugh and smile at that and figure out how in the world did Horvath just turn that pitch on me. 1-1. A slow slider that Horvath had to jump out of the way of. Misses inside, it's 2-1. Causey working from the stretch, working quickly as well, fires the 2-1 pitch. There's that slow slider, but this one missing outside. It's 3-1. And the last thing you want to do is obviously give up another home run to Horvath, but after that is walk Horvath as well. 3-1 pitch, swinging a ground ball over to shortstop. Moody collects at the ankles, fires over to first, and retires Horvath by a couple of steps. 1 away here in the bottom of the 8th inning. Falmouth trailing Bourne 8-6. Now brings up
First
Chris
baseman,
Brito.
number 28, out of Rutgers, Christopher Brito.
He is 2 for 4 today. A single in the first and a 2-run RBI double in the 4th. That could have been avoided if Jacob Walsh wasn't in the infield grass. That was in that 6-run bottom of the 4th inning. We'll talk about it more after this pitch from Causey. Slow frisbee slider at the knees for strike 1. But Bourne put up 6 runs. There were a couple of infield singles in no man's land on the left side. That 2-run RBI double from Brito was over Walsh's head as Brito swords at that pitch. Another slow slider from Causey. It's 0-2. It tipped off the top of the glove of Walsh. Brito went around to second base, driving in a couple, and Bourne has never looked back. 0-2 pitch, too high, ball 1.
Yeah, there's a lot of plays in this game that you look back on and you think if that had gone just one way or another, Falmouth would be in a much better situation right now than they are, down by 2 runs.
Causey's 1-2 offering, swinging a pop-up to the right side. Roach moving to his left, calls everyone off, and he makes the catch, having to come in by a step to make the snag, and there's 2 gone.
Left fielder, number 27, out of Rutgers.
And it's the lack of familiarity that makes Causey really difficult to deal with. He held opposing hitters to a 211 batting average at Jacksonville State across 48 1/3 innings. 2.61 ERA down there with the Gamecocks. And you've seen 2 pretty good hitters, Horvath and Brito, hit the ball about as weakly as we've seen them today.
So here's Slight. Had himself an infield single in that 4th inning, one of those no man's land singles that I was talking about a few moments ago. He looks at another one of those super slow sliders from Causey that has to be touching mid-60s. It goes inside and at the knees for strike 1. Causey fires quickly. It's now 0-2, swing and a miss from Slight. If Causey grabs this strikeout here, or an out in general, it'll be Stovall, Brutcher, and Cromwick coming up to the plate. That's who's due up for the Commodores in the top of the 9th inning, who trail 8-6 with 2 gone here in the bottom of the 8th. Causey deals, swinging a ground ball to the right side at first base. Walsh collects, picking up on his left knee, now getting off the knee, going to first, and getting the unassisted put out. So 3 up and 3 down for Bourne, but Falmouth still has some work to do. The season on the line. The Commodores trailing the Braves by 2 with Stovall, Brutcher, and Cromwick due up. Find out what they can do because it's either win or go home for the Commodores tonight. You're listening to the Cape Cod Baseball League on the Commodores Radio Network. So this is it.
For Falmouth, the designated hitter, number 10, out of Arkansas, Peyton Stovall.
The season comes down to this. Top of the 9th inning, Commodores trailing the Braves 8-6 in Game 3 of the first round of the CCBL playoffs. Peyton Stovall in the left-handed batter's box. Nolan Sparks on for a 4-out save. Righty on lefty duel. First pitch from Sparks. Strike one, right down the middle. Drew Brutcher is on deck. Stovall has a couple of singles today. He's 1 for 3 with a hit by pitch, along with an RBI that came in the third. Sparks has his sign from his battery mate, Tomas Frick. Kicks and fires to the 0-1. Swing and a miss, strike two. The Commodores put up one in the previous top half thanks to Anthony McKenzie, a solo home run to straightaway center field, 395 feet from home plate. Winner of this game takes on the Harbor Hawks in Game 1 of the Western Division Finals, and all begins tomorrow. Quick turnaround. 0-2 pitch. Swinging a foul back. 0-2 coming again. Eblin, Peck, and Shaw, third, short, and second, respectively, playing straight up. Chris Brito hugging the first base line, awaiting a potential pull from Stovall. There's an open hole on the right side between Shaw and Brito. 0-2 pitch. Swinging a ground ball over to shortstop. Picked up on the lip by Peck. Fires over to first in time to retire Stovall by 3 steps. There's one gone here in the top of the 9th, and the Commodores are 2 outs away from their season ending.
Right fielder, number 16, out of South Florida, Drew Brutcher.
Nolan Sparks is 2 outs away from a save and getting Bourne into the next round. This can change if Brutcher can get on base, because Josiah Cromwell, who's on deck, would be the tying run. Another righty on lefty duel. Sparks kicks and fires. Ball one, missing inside. Sparks comes out of Rochester, where he was mainly a starter. Comes from Aurora, Colorado, where he's a valedictorian at Cherokee Trail High School. Sparks comes set and deals from the stretch. Outside, ball 2. 2-0 the count on Brutcher.
Well, Brutcher's been swinging the bat very well since the month of July, but what he has to remember here is that he doesn't have to do that. He can afford to take some pitches here, and a walk is as good as a hit in this situation.
2-0 to count on Brutcher. No one gone, one away. Or no one on, excuse me, as the 2-0 misses high. Goes out of the glove of Frick. It's now 3-0. So nobody on base. One away here in the top of the 9th inning. Falmouth trailing Bourne 8-6. Brutcher is 1 pitch away from walking on 4 pitches and bringing up Cromwick, who has himself a single that came in the 5th. The 3-0 from Sparks. That's strike one. At the letters. So it's now 3-1 on Drew. It's still a hitter's count, but he's still got to be smart. But if it's there, Carter, he's got to unload.
Well, you figure Sparks is going to give him something to hit.
He comes set and deals. Swinging a foul back. The count is full. Sparks has worked his way back into this one. Eight runs, 9 hits, no errors for Bourne. 6 runs, 9 hits, 1 error for Falmouth. Righty on lefty matchup. Sparks the pitcher, Brutcher the batter. Payoff pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Falmouth is down to its last out. And it's Josiah Cromwick coming to the plate.
Cromwick.
Jacob Walsh is on deck. If Cromwick can get aboard, Walsh has the ability to do something he did on July 22nd and on July 2nd at this ballpark. Go yard. Righty on righty matchup. Cromwick at the plate. First pitch from Sparks. Curveball misses high and in. Cromwick had to turn his head to avoid getting hit. It's now 1-0.
And just in case for Bourne, the one arm getting loose in the bullpen is left-hander Rob Adams. Figure if Jacob Walsh comes up, we could see another change for Bourne.
Could be a lefty on lefty duel after this matchup. 1-0 pitch. Swinging a fly ball to right field. Horvath is under it. Coming in, he makes the catch. And just like that, the Commodore season has come to an end. They fall in Doran Park by a score of 8-6, falling in 3 games to the Bourne Braves. It'll be Bourne and Hyannis in the Western Division Final. They'll battle it out for an opportunity to play in the CCBL Championship. But for the Commodores, it's over. The season has come to a close here at Doran Park. It's a tough break, but it's been a lot of fun. 47 games of Commodores baseball, and it has come to an end.
First pitch is at 6 p.m. and we look forward to seeing you then.
It's bitter.
Thanks for coming to the ball
It's
game
bitter,
tonight.
partner.
Have a great night. Drive home
Tough
safely,
series for
and we'll
Falmouth.
see you for
Pretty
game
jagged
1
pill
of
to
the Western
swallow.
Division
Their
Finals
first time
tomorrow
back in
night.
the playoffs after a 3-year absence. And you have to feel for Jeff Trundy. This team has gone through quite a few times in the playoffs without a championship. The Doors will have to wait another year for their first trophy since 1980. And you think back on this series, Trey, game 1, one that the Doors certainly could have won. And then today, a play here, and that one big inning by Bourne, that 6-run bottom of the 4th, just sucked all the momentum away from the Falmouth dugout, and things were not the same after that. But big innings happen, and the Doors ended up not playing good enough baseball to overcome those bad breaks.
It's a tough one. It's a hard one to swallow if you're the Falmouth Commodores, who see their season come to an end. But we're not done just yet. With the Commodores having their last game, this is our last game on the call as well. And we want to offer our thank yous when we come back. Keep it here. You're listening to the CCBL Playoffs on the Commodores Radio Network. So the Commodore season has just come to a close. They fall by a score of 8-6 to the Bourne Braves here at Doran Park in Game 3 of the first round of the Western Division playoffs. And with this, it also means our time has come to an end. With Carter Bainbridge and Logan Stafarenko, I'm Trey Redfield. So glad you're with us for one final time. And we want to come back on the air and let you know of our thank yous. And we start all the way on the other end in Logan. Kick us off, Kalu boy.
I mean, gents, this has just been an incredible ride. I'm going to be honest, it was a little tiring sometimes doing baseball 6 days a week, and towards the end of the season, I was curious to see what it would be like to go back home, but as the season started progressing in the last stages, I really thought this team could make a championship run, and you know, this playoff series, it's only fitting, like I said on opening the door, that it went to 3 games, and it was just awesome to do postseason ball. Do baseball with you guys. You guys have taught me so much as a broadcaster. You've offered so much advice that I'm going to take with me in the future. But to all the awesome fans, parents that have reached out on Twitter, I remember when Alex Freeland hit that controversial ground rule double at Brewster, I had a parent tweet at me and said, "Where were you sitting? What did it look like for you?" And it was just awesome seeing the community just root for the Commodores. And that's something I've never seen before in summer ball, and it was great to be a part of. But to you guys, thank you for everything. To the fans, thank you for everything. And to my family, you guys have been awesome. I'm the only intern that relocated from the West Coast here, you know, in Falmouth. And it wasn't easy, but it was worth it. So thank you to everybody, to the Commodore fans, to the players. You know, it's pretty
They did. Oh, here. Now we're back. Now we're back. So if you lost us there for a second, the power was shut off for some reason. Someone had to unplug it up there, but now we're back. Logan, pick up where you left off, where you last remember.
I really have nothing more to say. I mean, that's kind of how the season's been going, working on the fly. But, yeah, it was awesome. Thank you, boys. Thank you, fans. Thank you, families and parents and my family. And, Carter, I don't know about you, but this has been a pretty big learning experience.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, even coming into this, having done a season of summer ball last year, I was curious and maybe tentatively nervous to see what a new experience in this league would be like. I'd never been to the Cape. I'm not familiar really with this part of the United States. So coming up here was a new experience. I was excited for it, and it has been rewarding. It has been a learning experience. It has been fulfilling. All these adjectives that I can use don't really do it justice. It's a unique experience up here in Falmouth. The fans really care about the team, and that makes the work just so much more gratifying for us on the broadcast end. I'd like to take a moment just to extend a thank you to our supervisors, Ernie Hyde and Dave Cunha, who believed in us enough to offer us an opportunity this summer that we took with open arms, and I'd say we certainly made the most of it. And I would also like to thank my parents for being my biggest fans. And lastly, I'd like to offer a thank you to you boys. We made a good team. I think that can be said for sure. Even through the ups and downs, even through some inconsistent play for this team, a lot of twists and turns this season. A memorable season for the Commodores, but I'm certainly glad that we spent it together as a team and that us three got to spend it together with all of you fans who stuck with us through all the games, who spent your evenings with us, and who enjoyed Commodores baseball for another year. So I guess we'll see you at another time or in another place, but that's it for us, at least for this season.
I'll keep my headset on. It's all good. But yeah, this is it. I still have the headset. It's still on for me, right? Okay, good. Okay. I'm all set. Well, this is it. Just like that, it's over. I mean, it's been a ride. But unfortunately, after 47 games, it's come to a close. I never thought I'd be here, and I applied in October at 8:30 a.m. on a Thursday morning. Keep in mind, that was a scheduled email. I went to bed at 2:30 that morning. No way I was going to wake up in time to reach out with that email. But it was an email to Dave Cunha and Ernie Hyde. They got back to me an hour later. I was interviewed 12 hours after. 48 hours after that, I somehow in some way got a job here with the Commodores. Don't ask me how, because I'm still trying to figure it out myself. But it led to some phenomenal people, and that's what I can call friends for life now. And it starts with the media team. From you, to our videographers, Brendan Capozzi, Ellie Fideli, and Carson Depp, for making us look so darn good on camera, especially when we're on the field doing sideline hits. To Liv Charbonneau, our graphics technician, for always making us sound so professional with the scores and the standings and all that. To our PA announcer, Dan Fox, for always making us laugh on the other side of the press box. To Ernie Hyde and Dave Cunha for giving us an opportunity to come together on different sides of the country and form a team that I really think is one of, if not the best on Cape Cod. The last thank you on the media team to our director, Sean Oldred, for always making us for always rolling with us day in and day out, believing in us and giving us an opportunity to be ourselves. A thank you to the Shoreway boys, the guys who lived at Shoreway Acres with me. Carter, Carson, Ben, Brendan, Dan, Carter. It's been one heck of a ride. And a big thank you to Brian Coleman in particular, my roommate, my best friend who followed me up here. I'm so glad you did it, and I can't wait to see you shine going into your junior year at High Point. To Logan, you rock, man. You have so much personality. You bring so much positivity to the table. And seeing what you do at Cal Lutheran, running the show there and creating something is something that puts a smile on my face. I never knew that we had a connection, but it was through my Uncle Kevin, who passed away in January of 21 to ALS. And through that, we've really bonded over it. And it's a bond that I will hold on to forever. I always got your back. And if you ever need anything, let me know. This is going to be tough. You're my guy, man. Carter freaking Bainbridge. We met each other since at freshman year when Cam Rezaire, one of the Wareham broadcasters, was your roommate. And I've always been so tight with you. You've always been a good friend. You meant so much to me. I've always taken your word. You're always there when you tell me to calm down after I give up 9 earned runs in wiffle ball. You're always there to get on me when I'm having a crutch. To be simple, you have my back, and you've always been a really good friend. Never would I have thought a relationship would grow in as short as the time it did, but it has. It has gone miles. And to do this senior year alongside you at Syracuse puts a smile on my face. It makes me hungrier. It makes me better. You make me a better broadcaster, a better person, and just someone that I can put a smile on my face and tell myself, hey, today was a good day because I have someone like Carter Bainbridge having my back day in and day out. You mean a lot to me, dude, and I really appreciate you. To the very end. Appreciate you, my guy. It's still going, but you were saying?
I was going to thank you for those kind words.
You rock. You rock. I know I'm going a little long, and I'm sorry, but a thank you to my parents for giving me an opportunity on Cape Cod and understanding that this is where I wanted to be. This has been a dream of mine for a while, and the fact that my dad, Dan Redfield, and my mother, Carol Ann Redfield, believed in me and gave me a chance, it means the world. And I hope I made you proud in these 47 games. Really, really means a lot. And if you're still with us, here's a thank you to you, the listener, to someone that was there from the jump. Whether it was getting a late start on our radio broadcast in our first road game in Harwich because we forgot the stream code, or whether it was me chattering in the 8th and 9th innings in the next road game after that. No matter how many laughs we brought you, no matter how many smiles or upsetting thoughts we gave you because we just showed you a 3-run home run by another team, we appreciate you, and you mean the world to us. This year has been one heck of a ride, and it's only made us stronger, like Carter and Logan have said, because you have given us an opportunity to be successful, to let us work day in and day out, game in and game out as well. Keep a smile on your face. Live life each and every single day to the fullest. Believe in yourself. Never say no. Conquer and dominate. Because just like the Commodores tonight, it was now or never. And you never know when it's going to be now or never for you. It's been one heck of a ride, boys. And I'm sorry to keep you guys here like statues, but there's just a lot to get out. You guys mean the world to me. Everyone does that has made an impact here. And it's unfortunate to leave on Monday, but we're going to put an exclamation point on these last 2 days together. And it's been an honor to do it alongside you guys. So that wraps up our coverage for the season. The series, the game, it's over for 2022. We'll still have Closing the Door. You'll have that on our YouTube. But it's been one heck of a ride, and we can't thank you enough. For Logan Safarenko, for Carter Bainbridge, our entire crew throughout the year, I'm Trey Redfield. We thank you so much for tuning in for these 47 games, and especially tonight, where it mattered the most. We're sorry we couldn't give you a win, but there's only so much we can do. We can only talk, right? But it rolls. Final score tonight, Braves 8, Commodores 6. It's been a presentation for one final time, the CCBL playoffs on the Commodores Radio Network.